Chapter 1 of Gunman's Reckoning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. Chapter 1. The 50 empty freights danced and rolled and rattled on the rough road bed and filled Jericho Pass with thunder. The big engine was laboring and grunting at the grade, but 5 cars back the noise of the locomotive was lost. Yet there is a way to talk above the noise of a freight train, just as there is a way to whistle into the teeth of a stiff wind. This freight car talk is pitched just above the ordinary tone. It is an overtone of conversation, one might say, and it is distinctly nasal. The brakie could talk above the racket, and so of course could Lefty Joe. They sat about in the center of the train, on the forward end of one of the cars. No matter how the train lurched and staggered over that fearful roadbed, these two swayed in their places as easily and as safely as birds on swinging perches. The brakie had touched Lefty Joe for $2. He had secured 50 cents, and since the vigor of Lefty's oaths had convinced him that this was all the money that the tramp had, the two now sat elbow to elbow and killed the distance with their talk. "It's like old times to have you here," said the brakie. "You used to play this line when you jumped from coast to coast." "Sure," said Lefty Joe, and he scowled at the mountains on either side of the pass. The train was gathering speed, and the peaks lurched eastward in a confused, ragged procession. "And a derned hard ride it's been many a time." "Kind of queer to see you," continued the brakie. "Heard you was raisin' in the world." He caught the face of the other with a rapid side glance, but Lefty Joe was sufficiently concealed by the dark. "Heard you were the main guy with a whole crowd behind you," went on the brakie. "Yeah?" "Sure. Heard you was riding the cushions and all that." "Yeah." "But I guess it was all bunk. Here you are back again, anyway." "Yep," agreed Lefty. The brakie scratched his head, for the silence of the tramp convinced him that there had been, after all, a good deal of truth in the rumor. He ran back on another tack and slipped about Lefty. "I never laid much on what they said," he averred. "I know you, Lefty. You can do a lot, but when it comes to leading a whole gang, like they said you was and all that, well, I knew it was a lie. Used to tell 'em that." "You talk foolish then," burst out Lefty suddenly. "It was all straight." The brakie could hear the click of his companion's teeth at the period to this statement, as though he regretted his outburst. "Well, I'll be hanged," murmured the brakie innocently. Ordinarily, Lefty was not easily lured, but this night he apparently was in the mood for talk. "Kennebuck Lou, the Clipper and Suds, them and a lot more. They was all with me. They was all under me. I was the main guy." What a ring in his voice as he said it. The beaten general speaks thus of his past triumphs. The old man remembers his youth in such a voice. The brakie was impressed. He repeated the 3 names. "Even Suds," he said. "Was even Suds with you?" "Even Suds." The brakie stirred a little, wobbling from side to side as he found a more comfortable position. Instead of looking straight before him, he kept a side glance steadily upon his companion, and one could see that he intended to remember what was said on this night. "Even Suds," echoed the brakie. "Good heavens! And ain't he a man for you?" "He was a man," replied Lefty Joe with an indescribable emphasis. "Huh?" "He ain't a man any more." "Get bumped off?" "No, busted." The brakie considered this bit of news and rolled it back and forth and tried its flavor against his gossiping palate. "Did you fix him after you left?" "No." "I see. You busted him while he was still with you. Then Kennebec Lou and the Clipper get sore at the way you treat Suds. So here you are, back on the road with your gang all gone bust. Hard luck, Lefty." But Lefty whined with rage at this careless diagnosis of his downfall. "You're all wrong," he said. "You're all wrong. You don't know nothing." The brakie waited, grinning securely into the night and preparing his mind for the story. But the story consisted of one word, flung bitterly into the rushing air. "Donnegan." "Him?" cried the brakie, starting in his place. "Donnegan," cried Lefty, and his voice made the word into a curse. The brakie nodded. "Them that get tangled with Donnegan don't last long. You ought to know that." At this, the grief, hate, and rage in Lefty Joe were blended and caused an explosion. "Confound Donnegan! Who's Donnegan, I ask you? Who's Donnegan?" "Guy that makes trouble," replied the brakie, evidently hard put to it to find a definition. "Oh, don't he make it, though, confound him!" "You ought to have stayed shut of him, Lefty." "Did I hunt him up, I ask you? Am I a nut? No, I ain't. Do I go along stepping on the tail of a rattlesnake? No more do I look up Donnegan." He groaned as he remembered. "I was going fine. Nothing could have been better. I had the boys together. We was doing so well that I was riding the cushions, and I went round planning the jobs. Nice clean work. No cans tied to it. But one day I had to meet Suds down in the Meriton jungle. You know?" "I heard. Plenty," said the brakie. "Oh, it ain't so bad, the Meriton. I've seen a lot worse. Found Suds there, and Suds was playing blackjack with an old gink. He was trimming him close. Get Suds going good, and he could read 'em 3 down and bury 'em as fast as they came under the bottom card. Takes a hand to do that sort of work. And that's the sort of work Suds was doing for the old man. Pretty soon the game was over, and the old man was busted. He took up his pack and beat it, saying nothing and looking sick. I started talking to Suds. And while he was talking, along comes a boy and gives us a once-over. He knew me. 'Is this here a friend of yours, Lefty?' he says. 'Sure,' says I. 'Then he's in Dutch. He trimmed that old dad, and the dad is one of Donnegan's pals. Wait till Donnegan hears how your friend made the cards talk while he was skinning the old boy.' He passed me the wink and goes on. Made me sick. I turned to Suds, and the fool hadn't batted an eye. 'Never heard of Donnegan?' You know how it is. Half the road never heard of it. Part of the roads don't know nothing else. He's like a jumping tornado. Hits every 10 miles and don't bend a blade of grass in between." It took me about 5 minutes to tell Suds about Donnegan. Then Suds lets out a grunt and starts down the trail for the old dad. Missed him. Dad had got out of the jungle and copped the rattler. Suds comes back half green and half yeller. "I done it. I spilled the beans," he says. "That ain't half saying it," says I. Well, we lit out after that and beat it down the line as fast as we could. We got the rest of the boys together. I had a swell job planned up, everything staked. Then the first news comes that Donnegan was after Suds. News just dropped on us out of the sky. Suds, you know how he is. Strong bluff. Didn't bat an eye. Laughed at this Donnegan. Got a hold of an old pal of his named Levine, and he is a mighty hot scrapper. From a knife to a toenail, there was nothing that Levine couldn't use in a fight. Suds sent him out to cross Donnegan's trail. He crossed it well enough. Suds got a telegram a couple days later saying that Levine had run into a wildcat and was considerably chawed, and would Suds send him a steak to pay the doctor. Well, after that, Suds got sort of nervous. Didn't take no interest in his work no more. Kept a weathered eye out, watching for the coming of Donnegan. And pretty soon he up and cleaned out of camp. Next day, sure enough, along comes Donnegan and asked for Suds. We kept still, all but Kennebec Lou. Kennebec is some fighter himself. 200 pounds of mule muscle, with the brain of a devil to tell what to do. Yes, you can lay it 10 to 1 that Kennebec is some fighter. That day he had a good edge from a bottle of rye he was trying for a friend. He didn't need to go far to find trouble in Donnegan. A wink and a grin was all they needed for a password, and then they went at each other's throats. Kennebec made the first pass and hit thin air. Before he got back on his heels, Donnegan hit him 4 times. Then Kennebec jumped back and took a fresh start with a knife. Here Lefty Joe paused and sighed. He continued after a long interval. 5 minutes later we was all busy tying up what was left of Kennebec. Donnegan was down the road whistling like a bird. And that was the end of my gang. What with Kennebec Lou and Suds both gone, what chance did I have to hold the boys together? End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The brakie heard this recital with the keenest interest, nodding from time to time. "What beats me, Lefty," he said at the end of the story, "is why you didn't knife into the fight yourself and take a hand with Donnegan." At this Lefty was silent. It was rather the silence of one which cannot tell whether or not it is worth while to speak than it was the silence of one who needs time for thought. "I'll tell you why, Bo. It's because when I take a trail like that, it only has one end. I'm going to bump off the other bird, or he's going to bump off me." The brakie cleared his throat. "Look here," he said. "Looks to me like a queer thing that you're on this train." "Does it?" queried Lefty softly. "Why?" "Because Donnegan is 2 cars back, asleep." "The devil you say!" The brakie broke into laughter. "Don't kid yourself along," he warned. "Don't do it. It ain't wise with me." "What do you mean?" "Come on, Lefty, come clean. You'd better do a fade off this train." "Why, you fool." "It don't work, Joe. Why, the minute I seen you, I knew why you was here. I knew you meant to croak Donnegan." "Me croak him? Why should I croak him?" "Because you been trailing him 2,000 miles. Because you ain't got the nerve to meet him face to face, and you've got to sneak in and take a crack at him while he's lying asleep. That's you, Lefty Joe." He saw Lefty sway toward him, but, all stories aside, it is a very bold tramp that cares for argument of a serious nature with a brakie, and even Lefty Joe was deterred from violent action. In the darkness his upper lip twitched, but he carefully smoothed his voice. "You don't know nothing, pal," he declared. "Don't I?" "Nothing," repeated Lefty. He reached into his clothes and produced something which rustled in the rush of wind. He fumbled and finally passed a scrap of paper into the hand of the brakie. "My heaven," drawled the latter. "Do you think you can fix me with $1 for a job like this? You can't bribe me to stand around while you bump off Donnegan. Can't be done, Lefty." $1, did you say?" Lefty Joe expertly lighted a match in spite of the roaring wind, and by this wild light the brakie read the denomination of the bill with a gasp. He rolled up his face and was in time to catch the sneer on the face of Lefty before a gust snatched away the light of the match. They had topped the highest point in Jericho Pass, and now the long train dropped into the downgrade with terrific speed. The wind became a hurricane, but to the brakie all this was no more than a calm night. His thoughts were raging in him, and if he looked back far enough, he remembered the $1 which Donnegan had given him, and how he had promised Donnegan to give the warning before anything went wrong. He thought of this, but rustling against the palm of his right hand was the bill whose denomination he had read, and that figure ate into his memory, ate into his brain. After all, what was Donnegan to him? What was Donnegan but a worthless tramp? Without any answer to that last monosyllabic query, the brakie hunched forward and began to work his way up the train. The tramp watched him go with laughter. It was silent laughter. In the most quiet room it would not have sounded louder than a continual light hissing noise. Then he in turn moved from his place and worked his way along the train in the opposite direction to that in which the brakie had disappeared. He went expertly, swinging from car to car with ape-like clumsiness and surety. 2 cars back. It was not so easy to reach the sliding door of that empty car, considering the fact that it was night, that the train was bucking furiously over the old roadbed. Lefty had a not altogether simple task before him, but he managed it with the same ape-like adroitness. He could climb with his feet as well as with his hands. He would trust a ledge as well as he would trust the rung of a ladder. Under his discreet manipulations from above, the door loosened, and it became possible to work it back. But even this the tramp did with considerable care. He took advantage of the lurching of the train, and every time the car jerked, he forced the door to roll a little, so that it might seem for all the world as though the motion of the train alone were operating it. For suppose that Donnegan wakened out of his sound sleep and observed the motion of the door. He would be suspicious if the door opened in a single continued motion. But if it worked in these degrees, he would be hyper-suspicious if he dreamed of danger. So the tramp gave 5 whole minutes to that work. When it was done, he waited for a time, another 5 minutes perhaps, to see if the door would be moved back. And when it was not disturbed, but allowed to stand open, he knew that Donnegan still slept. It was time then for action, and Lefty Joe prepared for the descent into the home of the enemy. Let it not be thought that he approached this moment with a fallen heart, and with a cringing, snaky feeling, as a man might be expected to feel when he approached to murder a sleeping foeman. For that was not Lefty's emotion at all. Rather, he was overcome by a tremendous happiness. He could have sung with joy at the thought that he was about to rid himself of this pest. True, the gang was broken up, but it might rise again. Donnegan had fallen upon it like a blight. But with Donnegan out of the way, would not Suds come back to him instantly? And would not Kennebec Lou himself return in admiration of a man who had done what he, Kennebec, could not do? With those two as a nucleus, how greatly might he not build? Justice must be done to Lefty Joe. He approached this murder as a statesman approaches the removal of a foe from the path of public prosperity. There was no more rancor in his attitude. It was rather the blissful largeness of the heart that comes to the politician when he unearths the scandal which will blight the race of his rival. With the peaceful smile of a child, therefore, Lefty Joe lay stretched at full length along the top of the car and made his choice of weapons. On the whole, his usual preference, day or night, was for a revolver. Give him a gat, and Lefty was at home in any company. But he had reasons for transferring his alliance on this occasion. In the first place, a boxcar which is reeling and pitching to and fro from side to side is not a very good shooting platform, even for a snapshot like Lefty Joe. Also, the pitch darkness in the car would be a further annoyance to good aim. And in the third and most decisive place, if he were to miss his first shot, he would not be extremely apt to place his second bullet. For Donnegan had a reputation with his own revolver. Indeed, it was said that he rarely carried the weapon, because when he did he was always tempted too strongly to use it. So that the chances were large that Donnegan would not have the gun now. Yet if he did have it, if he, Lefty, did miss his first shot, then the story would be brief and bitter indeed. On the other hand, a knife offered advantages almost too numerous to be listed. It gave one the deadly assurance which only comes with the knowledge of an edge of steel in one's hand, and when the knife reaches its mark, it ends a battle at a stroke. Of course these doubts and considerations, pro and con, went through the mind of the tramp in about the same space of time that it requires for a dog to waken, snap at a fly, and drowse again. Eventually he took out his knife. It was a sheath knife which he wore from a noose of silk around his throat, and it always lay closest to his heart. The blade of the knife was of the finest Spanish steel, in the days when Spanish smiths knew how to draw out steel to a streak of light. The handle of the knife was from Milan. On the whole, it was a delicate and beautiful weapon, and it had the durable suppleness of, say, hatred itself. Lefty Joe, like a pirate in a tale, took this weapon between his teeth, allowed his squat, heavy bulk to swing down and dangle at arm's length for an instant, and then he swung himself a little and landed softly on the floor of the car. Who has not heard snow drop from the branch upon the snow beneath? That was the way Lefty Joe dropped to the floor of the car. He remained as he had fallen, crouched, alert, with one hand spread out on the boards to balance him and give him a leverage and a start in case he should wish to spring in any direction. Then he began to probe the darkness in every direction. With every glance he allowed his head to dart out a little. The movement was like a chicken pecking at imaginary grains of corn. But eventually he satisfied himself that his quarry lay in the forward end of the car, that he was prone, that he, Lefty, had accomplished 9/10 of his purpose by entering the place of his enemy unobserved. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But even though this major step was accomplished successfully, Lefty Joe was not the man to abandon caution in the midst of an enterprise. The roar of the train would have covered sounds 10 times as loud as those of his snaky approach. Yet he glided forward with as much care as though he were stepping on old stairs in a silent house. He could see a vague shadow, Donnegan, but chiefly he worked by that peculiar sense of direction which some people possess in dim light. The blind, of course, have that sense in a high degree of sensitiveness, but even those who are not blind may learn to trust the peculiar and inverted sense of direction. With this to aid him, Lefty Joe went steadily, slowly across the first and most dangerous stage of his journey. That is, he got away from the square of the open door, where the faint starlight might vaguely serve to silhouette his body. After this, it was easier work. Of course, when he alighted on the floor of the car, the knife had been transferred from his teeth to his left hand, and all during his progress forward the knife was being balanced delicately, as though he were not yet quite sure of the weight of the weapon, just as a prize fighter keeps his deadly, poised hands in play, moving them as though he fears to lose his intimate touch with them. This stalking had occupied a matter of split seconds. Now Lefty Joe rose slowly. He was leaning very far forward, and he warded against the roll of the car by spreading out his right hand close to the floor. His left hand he poised with the knife, and he began to gather his muscles for the leap. He had already taken the last preliminary movement. He had swung himself to the right side a little, and, lightening his left foot, had thrown all his weight upon the right. In fact, his body was literally suspended in the instant of springing, cat-like, when the shadow, which was Donnegan, came to life. The shadow convulsed, as shadows are apt to swirl in a green pool when a stone is dropped into it, and a bit of board 2 feet long and some 8 inches wide cracked against the shins of Lefty Joe. It was about the least dramatic weapon that could have been chosen under those circumstances, but certainly no other defense could have frustrated Lefty's spring so completely. Instead of launching out in a compact mass whose point of contact was the reaching knife, Lefty crawled stupidly forward on his knees, and had to throw out his knife hand to save his balance. It is a singular thing to note how important balance is to men. Animals fight, as a rule, just as well on their backs as they do on their feet. They can lie on their sides and bite. They can swing their claws even while they are dropping through the air. But a man needs poise and balance before he can act. What is speed in a fighter? It is not so much an affair of the muscles as it is the power of the brain to adapt itself instantly to each new move and put the body in a state of balance. In the prize ring, speed does not mean the ability to strike one lightning blow, but rather that, having finished one drive, the fighter is in position to hit again and then again, so that no matter where the impetus of his last lunge has placed him, he is ready and poised to shoot all his weight behind his fist again, and drive it accurately at a vulnerable spot. Individually, the actions may be slow, but the series of efforts seem rapid. This is why a superior boxer seems to hypnotize his antagonist with movements which to the spectator seem perfectly easy, slow, and sure. But if Lefty lacked much in agility, he had an animal-like sense of balance. Sprawling, helpless, he saw the convulsed shadow that was Donnegan take form as a straight shooting body that plunged through the air above him. Lefty Joe dug his left elbow into the floor of the car and whirled back upon his shoulder, bunching his knees high over his stomach. 9 chances out of 10, if Donnegan had fallen flatwise upon this alert enemy, he would have received those knees in the pit of his own stomach and instantly been paralyzed. But in the jumping, rattling car, even Donnegan was capable of making mistakes. His mistake in this instance saved his life, for springing too far, he came down not in reaching distance of Lefty's throat, but with his chest on the knees of the older tramp. As a result, Donnegan was promptly kicked head over heels and tumbled the length of the car. Lefty was on his feet and plunging after the tumbling form in the twinkling of an eye, literally speaking, and he was only kept from burying his knife in the flesh of his foe by a sway of the car that staggered him in the act of striking. Donnegan the next instant was beyond reach. He had struck the end of the car and rebounded like a ball of rubber at a tangent. He slid into the shadows, and Lefty, putting his own shoulders to the wall, felt for his revolver and knew that he was lost. He had failed in his first surprise attack, and without surprise to help him now, he was gone. He weighed his revolver, decided that it would be madness to use it, for if he missed, Donnegan would instantly be guided by the flash to shoot him full of holes. Something slipped by the open door, something that glimmered faintly, and Lefty Joe knew that it was the red head of Donnegan. Donnegan, soft-footed as a shadow among shadows. Donnegan on a blood trail. It lowered the heartbeat of Lefty Joe to a tremendous slow pulse. In that moment he gave up hope and resigned himself to die, determined to fight to the last gasp, as became one of his reputation and national celebrity on the road. Yet Lefty Joe was no common man and no common fighter. Now let the shade of Rusty Dick, whom Lefty met and beat in his glorious prime, let this shade arise and speak for the prowess of Lefty Joe. In fact, it was because he was such a good fighter himself that he recognized his helplessness in the hands of Donnegan. The faint glimmer of color had passed the door. It was dissolved in deeper shadows at once and soundlessly. Lefty knew that Donnegan was closer and closer. Of one thing he felt more and more confident, that Donnegan did not have his revolver with him. Otherwise he would have used it before. For what was darkness to this devil Donnegan? He walked like a cat, and most likely he could see like a cat in the dark. Instinctively the older tramp braced himself with his right hand held at a guard before his breast and the knife poised in his left, just as a man would prepare to meet the attack of a panther. He even took to probing the darkness in a strange hope to catch the glimmer of the eyes of Donnegan as he moved to the attack. If there were a hair's breadth of light, then Donnegan himself must go down. A single blow would do it. But the devil had instructed his favorite Donnegan how to fight. He did not come lunging through the shadows to meet the point of that knife. Instead, he had worked a snaky way along the floor, and now he leaped in and up at Lefty, taking him under the arms. A dozen hands, it seemed, laid hold on Lefty. He fought like a demon and tore himself away, but the multitude of hands pursued him. They were small hands. Where they closed, they tore the clothes and bit into his very flesh. Once a hand had him by the throat, and when Lefty jerked himself away, it was with the feeling that his flesh had been seared by 5 points of red-hot iron. All this time his knife was darting. Once it ripped through cloth, but never once did it find the target. And a half a second later, Donnegan got his hold. The flash of the knife as Lefty raised it must have guided the other. He shot his right hand up behind the left shoulder of the other and imprisoned the wrist. Not only did it make the knife hand helpless, but by bearing down with his own weight, Donnegan could put his enemy in most exquisite torture. For an instant they whirled, then they went down, and Lefty was on top. Only for a moment. The impetus which had sent him to the floor was used by Donnegan to turn them over, and once fairly on top, his left hand was instantly at the throat of Lefty. Twice Lefty made enormous efforts, but then he was done. About his body the limbs of Donnegan were twisted, tightening with incredible force, just as hot iron bands sink resistlessly into place. The stranglehold cut away life at its source. Once he strove to bury his teeth in the arm of Donnegan. Once, as the horror caught at him, he strove to shriek for help. All he succeeded in doing was raising an awful, sobbing whisper. Then, looking death in the face, Lefty plunged into the great darkness. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When he wakened, he jumped at a stride into the full possession of his faculties. He had been placed near the open door, and the rush of night air had done its work in reviving him. But Lefty, drawn back to life, felt only a vague wonder that his life had not been taken. Perhaps he was being reserved by the victor for an Indian death of torment. He felt cautiously, and found that not only were his hands free, but his revolver had not been taken from him. A familiar weight was on his chest. The very knife had been returned to its sheath. Had Donnegan returned these things to show how perfectly he despised his enemy? "He's gone," groaned the tramp, sitting up quickly. "He's here," said a voice that cut easily through the roar of the train. "Waiting for you, Lefty." The tramp was staggered again, but then, who had ever been able to fathom the ways of Donnegan? "Donnegan," he cried with a sudden recklessness. "Yes." "You're a fool." "Yes." "For not finishing the job." Donnegan began to laugh. In the uproar of the train it was impossible really to hear the sound, but Lefty caught the pulse of it. He fingered his bruised throat, swallowing with a painful effort. An indescribable feeling came over him as he realized that he sat armed to the teeth within a yard of the man he wanted to kill, and yet he was as effectively rendered helpless as though iron shackles had been locked on his wrists and legs. The night light came through the doorway, and he could make out the slender outline of Donnegan, and again he caught the faint luster of that red hair, and out of the shadowy form a singular power emanated and sapped his strength at the root. Yet he went on viciously. Sooner or later, Donnegan, I'll get you." The red head of Donnegan moved, and Lefty Joe knew that the younger man was laughing again. "Why are you after me?" he asked at length. It was another blow in the face of Lefty. He sat for a time, blinking with owlish stupidity. "Why?" he echoed, and he spoke his astonishment from the heart. "Why am I after you?" he said again. "Why, confound you, ain't you Donnegan?" "Yes." "Don't the whole road know that I'm after you and you after me?" "The whole road is crazy. I'm not after you." Lefty choked. "Maybe I've been dreaming. Maybe you didn't bust up the gang. Maybe you didn't clean up on Suds and Kennebec." "Suds? Kennebec? I sort of remember meeting them." "You sort of? The devil!" Lefty Joe sputtered the words. "And after you cleaned up my crowd, ain't it natural and good sense for you to go on and try to clean up on me?" "Sounds like it." "But I figured to beat you to it. I cut in on your trail, Donnegan, and before I leave it you'll know a lot more about me." "You're warning me ahead of time?" "You've played this game square with me. I'll play square with you. Next time there'll be no slips, Donnegan. I don't know why you should have picked on me, though. Just the natural devil in you." "I haven't picked on you," said Donnegan. "What?" "I'll give you my word." A tingle ran through the blood of Lefty Joe. Somewhere he had heard in rumor that the word of Donnegan was as good as gold. He recalled that rumor now, and something of dignity in the manner with which Donnegan made his announcement carried a heavy weight. As a rule, the tramps vowed with many oaths. Here was one of the knights of the road who made his bare word sufficient, and Lefty Joe heard with great wonder. "All I ask," he said, "is why you hounded my gang, if you wasn't after me." "I didn't hound them. I ran in the Suds by accident. We had trouble. Then Levine, then Kennebec Lou tried to take a fall out of me." A note of whimsical protest crept into the voice of Donnegan. "Somehow there's always a fight wherever I go," he said. "Fights just sort of grow up around me." Lefty Joe snarled. "You didn't mean nothing by just happening to run into 3 of my boys, one after another?" "Not a thing." Lefty rocked himself back and forth in an ecstasy of impatience. "Why don't you stay put?" he complained. "Why don't you stake out your own ground and stay put in it? You cut in on every guy's territory. There ain't any privacy any more since you hit the road. What you got, a roving commission?" Donnegan waited for a moment before he answered, and when he spoke his voice had altered. Indeed, he had a remarkable ability to pitch his voice into the roar of the freight train, and above or beneath it, and give it a quality such as he pleased. "I'm following a trail, but not yours," he admitted at length. "I'm following a trail. I've been at it these 2 years, and nothing has come of it." "Who you after?" "A man with red hair." "That tells me a lot." Donnegan refused to explain. "What you got against him? The color of his hair?" And Lefty roared contentedly at his own stale jest. "It's no good," replied Donnegan. "I'll never get on the trail." Lefty broke in. "You mean to say you've been working 2 solid years, and all on a trail that you ain't even found?" The silence answered him in the affirmative. "Ain't nobody been able to tip you off to him?" went on Lefty, intensely interested. "Nobody. You see, he's a hard sort to describe. Red hair, that's all there was about him for a clue. But if anyone ever saw him stripped, they'd remember him by a big blotchy birthmark on his left shoulder." Grunted Lefty Joe. He added, "What was his name?" "Don't know. He changed monikers when he took to the road." "What was he to you?" "A man I'm going to find." "No matter where the trail takes you?" "No matter where." At this Lefty was seized with unaccountable laughter. He literally strained his lungs with that Homeric outburst. When he wiped the tears from his eyes at length, the shadow on the opposite side of the doorway had disappeared. He found his companion leaning over him, and this time he could catch the dull glint of starlight on both hair and eyes. "What do you know?" asked Donnegan. "How do you stand toward this bird with the birthmark and the red hair?" queried Lefty with caution. "What do you know?" insisted Donnegan. All at once passion shook him. He fastened his grip in the shoulder of the larger man, and his fingertips worked toward the bone. "What do you know?" he repeated for the third time, and now there was no hint of laughter in the hard voice of Lefty. "You fool, if you followed that trail you'll go to the devil. It was Rusty Dick, and he's dead." His triumphant laughter came again, but Donnegan cut into it. "Rusty Dick was the one you killed." "Sure, what of it? We fought fair and square." "Then Rusty wasn't the man I want. The man I want would have eaten two like you, Lefty." "What about the birthmark? It was sure on his shoulder, Donnegan." "Heavens!" whispered Donnegan. "What's the matter?" "Rusty Dick?" gasped Donnegan. "Yes, it must have been he." "Sure it was. What did you have against him?" "It was a matter of blood between us," stammered Donnegan. His voice rose in a peculiar manner, so that Lefty shrank involuntarily. "You killed Rusty?" "Ask any of the boys. But between you and me, it was the booze that licked Rusty Dick. I just finished up the job and surprised everybody." The train was out of the mountains and in a country of scattering hills, but here it struck a steep grade and settled down to a grind of slow labor. The rails hummed, and suspense filled the freight car. "Hey!" cried Lefty suddenly. "You fool, you'll do a flop out the door in about a minute." He even reached out to steady the toppling figure, but Donnegan pitched straight out into the night. Lefty craned his neck from the door, studying the roadbed, but at that moment the locomotive topped the little rise, and the whole train lurched forward. "After all," murmured Lefty Joe, "it sounds like Donnegan hated a guy so bad that he hadn't any use for living when he heard the other guy was dead. But I'm never going to cross his path again, I hope." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But Donnegan had leaped clear of the roadbed, and he struck almost to the knees in a drift of sand. Otherwise, he might well have broken his legs with that foolhardy chance. As it was, the fall whirled him over and over, and by the time he had picked himself up, the lighted caboose of the train was rocking past him. Donnegan watched it grow small in the distance, and then, when it was only a red, uncertain star far down the track, he turned to the vast country around him. The mountains were to his right, not far away, but caught up behind the shadows so that it seemed a great distance. Like all huge, half-seen things, they seemed in motion toward him. For the rest, he was in bare, rolling country. The skyline everywhere was clean. There was hardly a sign of a tree. He knew by little reflection that this must be cattle country, for the brakie had intimated as much in their talk just before dusk. Now it was early night, and a wind began to rise, blowing down the valley with a keen motion and a rapidly lessening temperature, so that Donnegan saw he must get to a shelter. He could, if necessary, endure any privation, but his tastes were for luxurious comfort. Accordingly, he considered the landscape with gloomy disapproval. He was almost inclined to regret his plunge from the lumbering freight train. Two things had governed him in making that move. First, when he discovered that the long trail he followed was definitely fruitless, he was filled with a great desire to cut himself away from his past and make a new start. Secondly, when he learned that Rusty Dick had been killed by Joe, he wanted desperately to get the throttle of the latter under his thumb. If ever a man risked his life to avoid a sin, It was Donnegan jumping from the train to keep from murder. He stooped to sight along the ground, for this was the best way at night, and often horizon lights are revealed in this manner. But now Donnegan saw nothing to serve as a guide. He therefore drew in his belt until it fitted snug about his gaunt waist, settled his cap firmly, and headed straight into the wind. Nothing could have shown his character more distinctly. When in doubt, head into the wind. With a jaunty, swinging step, he sauntered along, and this time at least his tactics found an early reward. Topping the first large rise of ground, he saw in the hollow beneath him the outline of a large building, and as he approached it, the wind clearing a high blowing mist from the stars, he saw a jumble of outlying houses, sheds, barns, corrals. It was the nucleus of a big ranch. It is a maxim that, if you wish to know a man, look at his library, and if you wish to know a rancher, look at his barn. Donnegan made a small detour to the left and headed for the largest of the barns. He entered it by the big sliding door which stood open, and he looked up and saw the stars shining through a gap in the roof. And then he stood quietly for a time, listening to the voices of the wind in the ruin. Oddly enough, it was pleasant to Donnegan. His own troubles and sorrows had poured upon him so thickly in the past hour or so that it was soothing to find evidence of the distress of others. But perhaps this meant that the entire establishment was deserted. He left the barn and went toward the house. Not until he was close under its wall did he come to appreciate its size. It was one of those great rambling, two-storied structures which the cattle kings of the past generation were fond of building. Standing close to it, he heard none of the intimate sounds of the storm blowing through cracks and broken walls. No matter into what disrepair the barns had fallen, the house was still solid. Only about the edges of the building the storm kept murmuring. Yet there was not a light, neither above nor below. He came to the front of the house. Still no sign of life. He stood at the door and knocked loudly upon it, and though when he tried the knob he found that the door was latched, yet no one came in response. He knocked again, and putting his ear close, he heard the echoes walk through the interior of the building. After this, the wind rose in sudden strength and deafened him with rattlings. Above him a shutter was swung open and then crashed to, so that the opening of the door was a shock of surprise to Donnegan. A dim light from a source which he could not direct suffused the interior of the hall. The door itself was worked open a matter of inches, and Donnegan was aware of two keen old eyes glittering out at him. Beyond this he could distinguish nothing. "Who are you?" asked a woman's voice. "And what do you want?" "I'm a stranger, and I want something to eat and a place to sleep. This house looks as if it might have spare rooms." "Where do you come from?" "Yonder," said Donnegan, with a sufficiently noncommittal gesture. "What's your name?" "Donnegan." "I don't know you. Be off with you, Mr. Donnegan." He inserted his foot in the closing crack of the door. "Tell me where I'm to go," he persisted. At this her voice rose in pitch with squeaky rage. "I'll raise the house on you." "Raise 'em. Call down the man of the house. I can talk to him better than I can to you. But I won't walk off like this. If you can feed me, I'll pay you for what I eat." A shrill cackling. He could not make out the words, and since patience was not the first of Donnegan's virtue, he seized on the knob of the door and deliberately pressed it wide. Standing in the hall now, and closing the door slowly behind him, he saw a woman with old, keen eyes shrinking away toward the staircase. She was evidently in great fear, but there was something infinitely malicious in the manner in which she kept working her lips soundlessly. She was shrinking, and half turned away, yet there was a suggestion that in an instant she might whirl and fly at his face. The door now clicked, and with the windstorm shut away, Donnegan had a queer feeling of being trapped. "Now call the man of the house," he repeated. "See if I can't come to terms with him." "He'd make short work of you if he came," she replied. She broke into a shrill laughter, and Donnegan thought he had never seen a face so ugly. "If he came," she said, "you'd rue the day." "Well, I'll talk to you then. I'm not asking charity. I want to pay for what I get." "This ain't a hotel. You go on down the road. Inside 8 miles you'll come to the town." 8 miles? That's nothing for a man to ride." "Not at all if I had something to ride." "You ain't got a horse?" "No." "Then how'd you come here?" "I walked." If this sharpened her suspicions, it sharpened her fears also. She put one foot on the lowest step of the stairs. "Be off with you, Mr. Donegally, or whatever your outlandish name is. You'll get nothing here. What brings you—" A door closed, and a footstep sounded lightly on the floor above, and Donnegan, already alert in the strange atmosphere of this house, gave back a pace so as to get an honest wall behind him. He noted that the step was quick and small, and preparing himself to meet a wisp of manhood, which, for that matter, was the type he was most inclined to fear, Donnegan kept a corner glance upon the old woman at the foot of the stairs, and steadily surveyed the shadows at the head of the rise. Out of that darkness a foot slipped, not even a boy's foot, a very child's. The shock of it made Donnegan relax his caution for an instant, and in that instant she came into the reach of the light. It was a wretched light at best, for it came from a lamp with smoky chimney which the old hag carried, and at the raising and lowering of her hand the flame jumped and died in the throat of the chimney, and set the hall awash with shadows. Falling away to a point of yellow, the lamp allowed the hall to assume a certain indefinite dignity of height and breadth and calm proportions. But when the flame rose, Donnegan could see the broken balusters of the balustrade, the carpet faded past any design and worn to rattiness, wallpaper which had rotted or dried away and hung in crisp tatters here and there, and on the ceiling an irregular patch from which the plaster had fallen and exposed the lathwork. But at the coming of the girl the old woman had turned, and as she did the flame tossed up in the lamp, and Donnegan could see the newcomer distinctly. Once before his heart had risen as it rose now. It had been the fag end of a long party, and Donnegan, rousing from a drunken sleep, staggered to the window. Leaning there to get the freshness of the night air against his hot face, he had looked up and saw the white face of the moon going up the sky, and a sudden sense of the blackness and loathing against the city had come upon Donnegan, and the murky color of his own life, and when he turned away from the window he was sober. And so it was that he now stared up at the girl. At her breast she held a cloak together with one hand, and the other hand touched the railing of the stairs. He saw one foot suspended for the next step, as though the sight of him kept her back in fear. To the miserable soul of Donnegan she seemed all that was lovely, young, and pure, and her hair, old gold in the shadow and pale gold where the lamp struck it, was to Donnegan like a miraculous light about her face. Indeed, that little pause was a great and awful moment, for considering that Donnegan, who had gone through his whole life with his eyes ready either to mock or hate, and who had rarely used his hand except to make a fist of it, Donnegan, who had never, so far as is known, had a companion, who had asked the world for action, not kindness, this Donnegan now stood straight with his back against the wall, and poured out the story of his wayward life to a mere slip of a girl. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Even the old woman, whose eyes were sharpened by her habit of looking constantly for the weaknesses and vices of men, could not guess what was going on behind the thin, rather ugly face of Donnegan. The girl, perhaps, may have seen more, for she caught the glitter of his active eyes even at that distance. The hag began to explain with vicious gestures that set the light flaring up and down. "He ain't come from nowhere, Lou," she said. "He ain't going nowhere. He wants to stay here for the night." The foot which had been suspended to take the next step was now withdrawn. Donnegan remembered at last, whipped off his cap, and at once the light flared and burned upon his hair. It was a wonderful red. It shone, and it had a terrible blood tinge, so that his face seemed pale beneath it. There were three things that made up that peculiar dominance of Donnegan's countenance. The three things were the hair, the uneasy bright eyes, and the rather thin, compressed lips. When Donnegan slept, he seemed about to waken from a vigorous dream. When he sat down, he seemed about to leap to his feet, and when he was standing, he gave that impression of a poise which is ready for anything. It is no wonder that the girl, seeing that face and that alert, aggressive body, shrank a little on the stairs. Donnegan that instant knew that these two women were really alone in the house as far as fighting men were concerned. And the fact disturbed him more than a leveled gun would have done. He went to the foot of the stairs, even past the old woman, and, raising his head, he spoke to the girl. "My name's Donnegan. I came over from the railroad, walked. I don't want to walk the other 8 miles unless there's a real need for it. Why did he pause? "I'll pay you for anything I get here." His voice was not too certain. Behind his teeth there was knocking a desire to cry out to her the truth. "I am Donnegan. Donnegan the tramp. Donnegan the shiftless. Donnegan the fighter. Donnegan the killer. Donnegan the penniless, worthless. But for heaven's sakes, let me stay until morning, and let me look at you from a distance." But after all, perhaps he did not need to say all these things. His clothes were rags. Upon his face there was a stubble of unshaven red, which made the pallor about his eyes more pronounced. If the girl had been half blind, she must have felt that here was a man of fire. He saw her gather the wrap a little closer about her shoulders, and that sign of fear made him sick at heart. "Mr. Donnegan," said the girl, "I am sorry. We cannot take you into the house. 8 miles?" Did she expect to turn a sinner from the gates of heaven with a mere phrase? He cast out his hand, and she winced as though he had shaken his fist at her. "Are you afraid?" cried Donnegan. "I don't control the house." He paused. Not that her reply had baffled him, but the mere pleasure of hearing her speak accounted for it. It was one of those low, light voices which are apt to have very little range or volume, and which break and tremble absurdly under any stress of emotion, and often they become shrill in a higher register, but inside conversational limits, if such a term may be used, there is no fiber so delightful, so purely musical. Suppose the word velvet applied to a sound. The voice came soothingly and delightfully upon the ear of Donnegan, from which the roar and rattle of the empty freight train had not quite departed. He smiled at her. "But," he protested, "this is west of the Rockies, and I don't see any other way out." The girl, all this time, was studying him intently, a little sadly, he thought. Now she shook her head, but there was more warmth in her voice. "I'm sorry. I can't ask you to stay without first consulting my father." "Go ahead, ask him." She raised her hand a little. The thought seemed to bring her to the verge of trembling, as though he were asking a sacrilege. "Why not?" he urged. She did not answer, but instead her eyes sought the old woman as if to gain her interposition. She burst instantly into speech. "Which there's no good talking any more," declared the ancient vixen. "Are you wanting to make trouble for her with the colonel? Be off, young man. It ain't the first time I've told you you'd get nowhere in this house." There was no possible answer left to Donnegan, and he did as usual the surprising thing. He broke into laughter of such clear and ringing tone, such infectious laughter, that the old woman blinked in the midst of her wrath as though she were seeing a new man, and he saw the lips of the girl parted in wonder. "My father is an invalid," said the girl, "and he lives by strict rules. I could not break in on him at this time of the evening." "If that's all," Donnegan actually began to mount the steps, "I'll go in and talk to your father myself." She had retired one pace as he began advancing, but as the import of what he said became clear to her, she was rooted to one position by astonishment. "Colonel Macon, my father," she began. Then, "Do you really wish to see him?" The hushed voice made Donnegan smile. It was such a voice as one boy uses when he asks the other if he really dares enter the pasture of the Red Bull. He chuckled again, and this time she smiled, and her eyes were widened, partly by fear of his purpose and partly from his nearness. They seemed to be suddenly closer together, as though they were on one side against a common enemy, and that enemy was her father. The old woman was cackling sharply from the bottom of the stairs, and then bobbing in pursuit and calling on Donnegan to come back. At length the girl raised her hand and silenced her with a gesture. Donnegan was now hardly a pace away, and he saw that she lived up to all the promise of that first glance. Yet still she seemed unreal. There is a quality of the unearthly about a girl's beauty. It is, after all, only a gay moment between the formlessness of childhood and the hardness of middle age. This girl was pale, Donnegan saw, and yet she had color. She had the luster, say, of a white rose, and the same bloom. Lou, the old woman had called her, and Macon was her father's name. Lou Macon. The name fitted her, Donnegan thought. For that matter, if her name had been Sally Smith, Donnegan would probably have thought it beautiful. The keener a man's mind is, and the more he knows about men and women and the ways of the world, the more apt he is to be intoxicated by a touch of grace and thoughtfulness. And all these age-long seconds, the perfume of girlhood had been striking up to Donnegan's brain. She brushed her timidity away, and with the same gesture accepted Donnegan as something more than a dangerous vagrant. She took the lamp from the hands of the crone and sent her about her business, disregarding the mutterings and the warnings which trailed behind the departing form. Now she faced Donnegan, screening the light from her eyes with a cupped hand, and by the same device focusing it upon the face of Donnegan. He mutely noted the small maneuver and gave her credit, but for the pleasure of seeing the white of her fingers and the way they tapered to pink transparency at the tips, he forgot the poor figure he must make with his soiled, ragged shirt, his unshaven face, his gaunt cheeks. Indeed, he looked so straight at her that in spite of her advantage with the light, she had to avoid his glance. "I am sorry," said Lou Macon, "and ashamed, because we can't take you in. The only house on the range where you wouldn't be welcome. I know, but my father leads a very close life. He has set ways, the ways of an invalid, Mr. Donnegan." "And you're bothered about speaking to him of me?" "I'm almost afraid of letting you go in yourself." "Let me take the risk." She considered him again for a moment, and then turned with a nod, and he followed her up the stairs into the upper hall. The moment they stepped into it he heard her clothes flutter, and a small gale poured on them. It was criminal to allow such a building to fall into this ruinous condition, and a gloomy picture rose in Donnegan's mind of the invalid, thin-faced, sallow-eyed, white-haired, lying in his bed, listening to the storm and silently gathering bitterness out of the pain of living. Lou Macon paused again in the hall, close to a door on the right. "I'm going to send you in to speak to my father," she said gravely. "First, I have to tell you that he's different." Donnegan replied by looking straight at her, and this time she did not wince from the glance. Indeed, she seemed to be probing him, searching with a peculiar hope. What could she expect to find in him? What that was useful to her? Not once in all his life had such a sense of impotence descended upon Donnegan. Her father? Bah! Invalid or no invalid, he would handle that fellow, and if the old man had an acrid temper, Donnegan at will could file his own speech to a point. But the girl? In the meager hand which held the lamp there was a power which all the muscles of Donnegan could not compass, and in his weakness he looked wistfully at her. "I hope your talk will be pleasant. I hope so." She laid her hand on the knob of the door and withdrew it hastily. Then, summoning great resolution, she opened the door and showed Donnegan in. "Father," she said, "this is Mr. Donnegan. He wishes to speak to you." The door closed behind Donnegan, and hearing that whishing sound which the door of a heavy safe will make, he looked down at this and saw that it was actually inches thick. Once more the sense of being in a trap descended upon him. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He found himself in a large room which, before he could examine a single feature of it, was effectively curtained from his sight. Straight into his face shot a current of violent white light that made him blink. There was the natural recoil, but in Donnegan recoils were generally protected by several strata of willpower and seldom showed in any physical action. On the present occasion his first dismay was swiftly overwhelmed by a cold anger at the insulting trick. This was not the trick of a helpless invalid. Donnegan could not see a single thing before him, but he obeyed a very deep instinct and advanced straight into the current of light. He was glad to see the light switched away. The comparative darkness washed across his eyes in a pleasant wave, and he was now able to distinguish a few things in the room. It was, as he had first surmised, quite large. The ceiling was high, the proportions comfortably spacious, but what astounded Donnegan was the real elegance of the furnishings. There was no mistaking the deep, silken texture of the rug upon which he stepped. The glow of light barely reached the wall, and there showed faintly in streaks along yellowish hangings. Beside a table which supported a big reading lamp, gasoline no doubt, from the intensity of its light, sat Colonel Macon with a large volume spread across his knees. Donnegan saw two highlights: fine silver hair that covered the head of the invalid, and a pair of white hands fallen idly upon the surface of the big book. For if the silver hair suggested age, the smoothly finished hands suggested perennial youth. They were strong, carefully tended, complacent hands. They suggested to Donnegan a man sufficient unto himself. "Mr. Donnegan, I am sorry that I cannot rise to receive you. Now, what pleasant accident has brought me the favor of this call?" Donnegan was taken aback again, and this time more strongly than by the flare of light against his eyes, for in the voice he recognized the quality of the girl, the same softness, the same velvety richness, though the pitch was a bass. In the voice of this man there was the same suggestion that the tone would crack if it were forced either up or down. With this great difference, one could hardly conceive of a situation which would push that man's voice beyond its monotone. It flowed with deadly, all-embracing softness. It clung about one, it fascinated and baffled the mind of the listener. But Donnegan was not in the habit of being baffled by voices, neither was he a lover of formality. He looked about for a place to sit down, and immediately discovered that while the invalid sat in an enormous easy-chair, bordered by shelves and supplied with wheels for raising and lowering the back, and for propelling the chair about the room on its rubber tires, it was the only chair in the room which could make any pretensions towards comfort. As a matter of fact, aside from this one immense chair, devoted to the pleasure of the invalid, there was nothing in the room for his visitors to sit upon except 2 or 3 miserable, backless stools. But Donnegan was not long taken aback. He tucked his cap under his arm, bowed profoundly in honor of the colonel's compliment, and brought one of the stools to a place where it was no nearer the rather ominous circle of the lamplight than was the invalid himself. With his eyes accustomed to the new light, Donnegan could now take better stock of his host. He saw a rather handsome face, with eyes exceedingly blue, young and active, but the features of Macon, as well as his body, were blurred and obscured by a great fatness. He was truly a prodigious man, and one could understand the stoutness with which the invalid chair was made. His great wrist dimpled like the wrist of a healthy baby, and his face was so enlarged with superfluous flesh that the lower part of it quite dwarfed the upper. He seemed, at first glance, a man with a low forehead and bright, careless eyes, and a body made immobile by flesh and sickness, a man whose spirits despised and defied pain. Yet a second glance showed that the forehead was, after all, a nobly proportioned one, and for all the bulk of that figure, for all the crippled chair, Donnegan would not have been surprised to see the bulk spring lightly out of the chair to meet him. For his own part, sitting back on the stool with his cap tucked under his arm and his hands folded about one knee, he met the faint, cold smile of the colonel with a broad grin of his own. "I can put it in a nutshell," said Donnegan. "I was tired, dead beat, needed a hand out, and rapped at your door. Along comes a mystery in the shape of an ugly-looking woman who opens the door to me, tries to shut me out. I decided to come in. She insists on keeping me outside. All at once I see that I have to get into the house. I am brought in. Your daughter tries to steer me off, sees that the job is more than she can get away with, and shelves me off upon you. And that, Colonel Macon, is the pleasant accident which brings you the favor of this call." It would have been a speech both stupid and pert in the mouth of another, but Donnegan knew how to flavor words with a touch of mockery of himself as well as another. There were 2 manners in which this speech could have been received, with a wink or with a smile, but it would have been impossible to hear it and grow frigid. As for the colonel, he smiled. It was a tricky smile, however, as Donnegan felt. It spread easily upon that vast face, and again went out and left all to the dominion of the cold, bright eyes. "A case of curiosity," commented the colonel. "A case of hunger," said Donnegan. "My dear Mr. Donnegan, put it that way if you wish." "And a case of blankets needed for one night." "Really? Have you ventured into such country as this without any equipment?" "Outside of my purse, my equipment is of the invisible kind." "Wits?" suggested the colonel. "Thank you." "Not at all. You hinted at it yourself." "However, a hint is harder to take than to make." The colonel raised his faultless right hand, and oddly enough, his great corpulence did not extend in the slightest degree to his hand, but stopped short at the wrists, and stroked his immense chin. His skin was like Lou Macon's, except that in place of the white flowered bloom, his was a parchment, dead pallor. He lowered his hand with the same slow precision and folded it with the other, all the time probing Donnegan with his difficult eyes. Unfortunately, most unfortunately, it is impossible for me to accommodate you, Mr. Donnegan. The reply was not flippant, but quick. Not at all. I am the easiest person in the world to accommodate. The big man smiled sadly. My fortune has fallen upon evil days, sir. It is no longer what it was. There are in this house 3 habitable rooms. This one, my daughter's apartment, and the kitchen where old Haggie sleeps. Otherwise, you are in a rat trap of a place. He shook his head, a slow, decisive motion. A spare blanket, said Donnegan, will be enough. There was another sigh and another shake of the head. Even a corner of a rug to roll up in will do perfectly. You see, it is impossible for me to entertain you. Bare boards will do well enough for me, Colonel Macon, and if I have a piece of bread, a plate of cold beans, anything, I can entertain myself. I'm sorry to see you so compliant, Mr. Donnegan, because that makes my refusal seem the more unkind. But I cannot have you sleeping on the bare floor, not on such a night. Pneumonia comes on one like a cat in the dark in such weather. It is really impossible to keep you here, sir. Said Donnegan. He began to feel that he was stumped, and it was a most unusual feeling for him. Besides, for a young fellow like you, with your agility, what is 8 miles? Walk down the road, and you will come to a place where you will be made at home and fed like a king. 8 miles, that's not much, but on such a night as this. There was a faint glint in the eyes of the colonel. Was he not sharpening his wits for his contest of words, and enjoying it? The wind will be at your back and buoy your steps. It will shorten the 8 miles to 4. Very definitely Donnegan felt that the other was reading him. What was it that he saw as he turned the pages? There is one thing you fail to take into your accounting. Ah? I have an irresistible aversion to walking. Ah, repeated Macon. Or exercise in any form. Then you are unfortunate to be in this country without a horse. Unfortunate, perhaps, but the fact is that I'm here. Very sorry to trouble you, though, Colonel. I'm rarely troubled, said the colonel coldly, and since I have no means of accommodation, the laws of hospitality rest light on my shoulders. Yet I have an odd thought, replied Donnegan. Well, you have expressed a number already, it seems to me. It is this, that you have already made up your mind to keep me here. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The colonel stiffened in his chair, and under his bulk even those ponderous timbers quaked a little. Once more Donnegan gained an impression of chained activity, ready to rise to any emergency. The colonel's jaw set, and the last vestige of the smile left his eyes. Yet it was not anger that showed in its place. Instead, it was rather a hungry searching. He looked keenly into the face and the soul of Donnegan, as a searchlight sweeps over waters by night. You're a mind reader, Mr. Donnegan. No more of a mind reader than a Chinaman is. Ah, they are great readers of mind, my friend. Donnegan grinned, and at this the colonel frowned. A great and mysterious people, sir. I keep evidence of them always about me. Look. He swept the shaft of the reading light up, and it fell upon a red vase against the yellow hangings. Even Donnegan's inexperienced eye read a price into that shimmering vase. Queer color, he said. Dusty claret. Ah, they have the only names for their colors. Think. Peach bloom, liquid dawn, ripe cherry, oil green, green of powdered tea, blue of the sky after rain. What names for color! What other land possesses such a tongue that goes straight to the heart? The colonel waved his faultless hands and then dropped them back upon the book with the tenderness of a benediction. And their terms for texture: pearls rime, lime peel, millet seed. Do not scoff at China, Mr. Donnegan. She is the fairy godmother, and we are the poor children. He changed the direction of the light. Donnegan watched him, fascinated. But what convinced you that I wished to keep you here? To amuse you, Colonel Macon. The colonel exposed gleaming white teeth and laughed in that soft, smooth, flowing voice. Amuse me? For 15 years I have sat in this room and amused myself by taking in what I would and shutting out the rest of the world. I have made the walls thick and padded them to keep out all sound. You observe that there is no evidence here of the storm that is going on tonight. Amuse me, indeed. And Donnegan thought of Lou Macon in her old drab dress, huddling the poor cloak around her shoulders to keep out the cold, while her father lounged here in luxury. He could gladly have buried his lean fingers in that fat throat. From the first he had had an aversion to this man. Very well, I shall go. It's been a pleasant chat, Colonel. Very pleasant, and thank you. But before you go, taste this whiskey. It will help you when you enter the wind. He opened a cabinet in the side of the chair and brought out a black bottle and a pair of glasses and put them on the broad arm of the chair. Donnegan sauntered back. You see, he murmured, you will not let me go. At this the colonel raised his head suddenly and glared into the eyes of his guest, and yet so perfect was his muscular and nerve control that he did not interrupt the thin stream of amber which trickled into one of the glasses. Looking down again, he finished pouring the drinks. They pledged each other with emotion and drank. It was very old, very oily, and Donnegan smiled as he put down the empty glass. Sit down, said the colonel in a new voice. Donnegan obeyed. Fate, went on the colonel, rules our lives. We give our honest endeavors, but the deciding touch is the hand of fate. He garnished this absurd truism with a wave of his hand so solemn that Donnegan was chilled, as though the fat man were actually conversant with the three sisters. Fate has brought you to me, therefore I intend to keep you. Here? In my service. I am about to place a great mission and a great trust in your hands. In the hands of a man you know nothing about? I know you as if I had raised you. Donnegan smiled, and shaking his head, the red hair flashed and shimmered. As long as there is no work attached to the mission, it may be agreeable to me. But there is work. Then the contract is broken before it is made. You are rash, but I had rather begin with a descent and then work upward. Donnegan waited. To balance against work? Excuse me, nothing balances against work for me. To balance against work, continued the colonel, raising a white hand, and by that gesture crushing the protest of Donnegan, there is a great reward. Colonel Macon, I have never worked for money before, and I shall not work for it now. You trouble me with interruptions. Who mentioned money? You shall not have a penny. No. The reward shall grow out of the work. And the work is fighting. At this Donnegan narrowed his eyes and searched the fat man thoroughly. It sounded like the talk of a charlatan, and yet there was a crispness to these sentences that made him suspect something underneath. For that matter, in certain districts his name and his career were known. He had never dreamed that reputation could have come within 1,000 miles of this part of the mountain desert. You should have told me in the first place, he said with some anger, that you knew me. Mr. Donnegan, upon my honor, I never heard your name before my daughter uttered it. Donnegan waited soberly. I despise charlatanry as much as the next man. You shall see the steps by which I judged you. When you entered the room, I threw a strong light upon you. You did not blanch. You immediately walked straight into the shaft of light, although you could not see a foot before you. And that proved? A combative instinct and coolness, not the sort of brute vindictiveness that fights for a rage, for a cool-minded love of conflict. Is that clear? Donnegan shrugged his shoulders. And above all, I need a fighter. Then I watched your eyes and your hands. The first were direct, and yet they were alert. And your hands were perfectly steady. Qualifications for a fighter, huh? Do you wish further proof? Well, what of the fight to the death which you went through this same night? Donnegan started. It was a small movement, that flinching, and he covered it by continuing the upward gesture of his hand to his coat. He drew out tobacco and cigarette papers and commenced to roll his smoke. Looking up, he saw that the eyes of Colonel Macon were smiling, although his face was grave. A glint of understanding passed between the two men, but not a spoken word. "I assure you there was no death tonight," said Donnegan at length. "Tush, of course not. But the tear on the shoulder of your coat, ah, that is too smooth-edged for a tear, too long for the bite of a scissors. Am I right? Tush, not a word." The colonel beamed with an almost tender pride, and Donnegan, knowing that the fat man looked upon him as a murderer newly come from a death, considered the beaming face and thought many things in silence. So it was easy to see that in coolness, courage, fighting instinct, skill, you are probably what I want. Yet something more than all those qualifications is necessary for the task which lies ahead of you. You pile up the bad features, eh? To entice you, Donnegan. For one man, paint a rosy beginning, and once under way, he will manage the hard part. For you, show you the hard shell, and you will trust it contains the choice flesh. I was saying that I waited to see other qualities in you, qualities of the judgment, and suddenly you flashed upon me a single glance. I felt it clash against my willpower. I felt your look go past my guard like a rapier slipping around my blade. I, Colonel Macon, was for the first time outfaced, outmaneuvered. I admit it, for I rejoice in meeting such a man. And the next instant you told me that I should keep you here out of my own wish. Admirable. The admiration of the colonel, indeed, almost overwhelmed Donnegan. But he saw, in spite of the genial smile, the face suffused with warmth. The colonel was watching him every instant, flinty-eyed. Donnegan did as he had done on the stairs. He burst into laughter. When he had done, the colonel was leaning forward in his chair, with his fingers interlacing, examining his guest from beneath somber brows. As he sat lurched forward, he gave a terrible impression of that reserved energy which Donnegan had sensed before. "Donnegan," said the colonel, "I shall talk no more nonsense to you. You are a terrible fellow." And Donnegan knew that, for the first time in the colonel's life, he was meeting another man upon equal ground. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In a way, it was an awful tribute, for one great fact grew upon him, that the colonel represented almost perfectly the power of absolute evil. Donnegan was not a squeamish sort, but the fat, smiling face of Macon filled him with unutterable aversion. A dozen times he would have left the room, but a silken thread held him back, the thought of Lou. "I shall be terse and entirely frank," said the colonel, and at once Donnegan reared triple guard and balanced himself for attack or defense. "Between you and me," went on the fat man, "deceptive words are folly, a waste of energy." He flushed a little. "You are, I believe, the first man who has ever laughed at me." The click of his teeth as he snapped them on this sentence seemed to promise that he should also be the last. So I tear away the veils which made me ridiculous, I grant you. Donnegan, we have met each other just in time." "True," said Donnegan. "You have a task for me that promises a lot of fighting, and in return I get lodgings for the night." "Wrong, wrong. I offer you much more. I offer you a career of action in which you may forget the great sorrow which has fallen upon you, and in the battles which lie before you, you will find oblivion for the sad past which lies behind you." Here Donnegan sprang to his feet, with his hand caught at his breast, and he stood quivering in an agony. Pain worked him as an anger would do, and his slender frame swelling, his muscles taut, he stood like a panther, enduring the torture, because knows it is folly to attempt to escape. "You are a human devil," Donnegan said at last, and he sank back upon his stool. For a moment he was overcome, his head falling upon his breast, and even when he looked up, his face was terribly pale and his eyes dull. His expression, however, cleared swiftly, and aside from the perspiration which shone on his forehead, it would have been impossible 10 seconds later to discover that the blow of the colonel had fallen upon him. All of this the colonel had observed and noted with grim satisfaction. Not once did he speak until he saw that all was well. "I am sorry," he said at length in a voice almost as delicate as the voice of Lou Macon. "I am sorry, but you forced me to say more than I wished to say." Donnegan brushed the apology aside. His voice became low and hurried. "Let's get on in the matter. I'm eager to learn from you, Colonel." "Very well. Since it seems that there is a place for both of our interests in this matter, I shall run on in my tale and make it, as I promised you before, absolutely frank and curt. I shall not descend into small details. I shall give you a main sketch of the high points, for all men of mind are apt to be confused by the face of a thing, whereas the heart of it is perfectly clear to them." He settled into his narrative. "You have heard of the Corner? No? Well, that is not strange. But a few weeks ago gold was found in the sands where the valley of Young Muddy and Cristobal rivers join. The Corner is a long, wide triangle of sand, and the sand is filled with a gold deposit brought down from the headwaters of both rivers and precipitated here, where one current meets the other and reduces the resultant stream to sluggishness. The sands are rich, very rich." He had become a trifle flushed as he talked, and now, perhaps, to cover his emotion, he carefully selected a cigarette from the humidor beside him and lighted it without haste before he spoke another word. "Long ago I prospected over that valley. A few weeks ago it was brought to my attention again. I determined to stake some claims and work them, but I could not go myself. I had to send a trustworthy man. Whom should I select? There was only one possible. Jack Landis is my ward. A dozen years ago his parents died, and they sent him to my care, for my fortune was then comfortable. I raised him with as much tenderness as I could have shown my own son. I lavished on him the affection and—" Here Donnegan coughed lightly. The fat man paused, and observing that this hypocrisy did not draw the veil over the bright eyes of his guest, he continued. "In a word, I made him one of my family, and when the need for a man came, I turned to him. He is young, strong, active, able to take care of himself." At this Donnegan pricked his ears. He went accordingly to the Corner and staked the claims and filed them as I directed. I was right. There was gold, much gold. It panned out in nuggets. He made an indescribable gesture, and through his strong fingers Donnegan had a vision of yellow gold pouring. But there is seldom a discovery of importance claimed by one man alone. This was no exception. A villain named William Lester, known as a scoundrel over the length and breadth of the cattle country, claimed that he had made the discovery first. He even went so far as to claim that I had obtained my information from him, and he tried to jump the claim staked by Jack Landis, whereupon Jack, very properly, shot Lester down, not dead unfortunately, but slightly wounded. In the meantime the rush for the corner started. In a week there was a village. In a fortnight there was a town. In a month the corner had become the talk of the ranges. Jack Landis found in the claims a mint. He sent me back a mere souvenir. The fat man produced from his vest pocket a little chunk of yellow, and with a dexterous motion whipped it at Donnegan. It was done so suddenly, so unexpectedly, that the wanderer was well nigh taken by surprise. But his hand flashed up and caught the metal before it struck his face. He found in the palm of his hand a nugget weighing perhaps 5 ounces, and he flicked it back to the colonel. He sent me the souvenir, but that was all. Since that time I have waited. Nothing has come. I sent for word, and I learned that Jack Landis had betrayed his trust, fallen in love with some undesirable woman of the mining camp, denied my claim to any of the gold to which I had sent him. Unpleasant news? Yes. Ungrateful boy? Yes. But my mind is hardened against adversity. Yet this blow struck me close to the heart, because Landis is engaged to marry my daughter Lou. At first I could hardly believe in his disaffection, but the truth has at length been borne home to me. The scoundrel has abandoned both Lou and me. Donnegan repeated slowly, "Your daughter loves this chap?" The colonel allowed his glance to narrow, and he could do this the more safely because at this moment Donnegan's eyes were wandering into the distance. In that unguarded second Donnegan was defenseless, and the colonel read something that set him beaming. "She loves him, of course," he said, "and he is breaking her heart with his selfishness." "He is breaking her heart?" echoed Donnegan. The colonel raised his hand and stroked his enormous chin. Decidedly, he believed that things were getting on very well. "This is the position," he declared. "Jack Landis was threatened by the wretch Lester and shot him down. But Lester was not single-handed. He belongs to a wild crew led by a mysterious fellow of whom no one knows very much, a deadly fighter, it is said, and a keen organizer and handler of men, red-haired, wild, smooth, a bundle of contradictions. They call him Lord Nick because he has the pride of a nobleman and the cunning of the devil. He has gathered a few chosen spirits and cool fighters, the peddler, Joe Ricks, Harry Masters, all celebrated names in the cattle country. They worship Lord Nick partly because he is a genius of crime and partly because he understands how to guide them so that they may rob and even kill with impunity. His peculiarity is his ability to keep within the bounds of the law. If he commits a robbery, he always first establishes marvelous alibis and throws the blame towards someone else. If it is the case of a killing, it is always the other man who is the aggressor. He has been before a jury 6 times, but the devil knows the law and pleads his own case with a tongue that twists the heart out of the stupid jurors. You see, no common man. And this is the leader of the group of which Lester is one of the most debased members. He had no sooner been shot than Lord Nick himself appeared. He had his followers with him. He saw Jack Landis, threatened him with death, and made Jack swear that he would hand over half of the profits of the mines to the gang, of which I suppose Lester gets his due proportion. At the same time, Lord Nick attempted to persuade Jack that I, his adopted father, you might say, was really in the wrong, and that I had stolen the claim from this wretched Lester. He waved this disgusting accusation into a mist and laughed with hateful softness. The result is this. Jack Landis draws a vast revenue from the mines. Half of it he turns over to Lord Nick, and Lord Nick in return gives him absolute freedom and backing in the camp, where he is and probably will continue the dominant factor. As for the other half, Landis spends it on this woman with whom he has become infatuated, and not a penny comes through to me. Colonel Macon leaned back in his chair, and his eyes became fixed upon a great distance. He smiled, and the blood turned cold in the veins of Donnegan. Of course, this adventuress, this Nelly Lebrun, plays hand in glove with Lord Nick and his troop. Unquestionably, she shares her spoils, so that 9/10 of the revenue from the mines is really flowing back through the hands of Lord Nick, and Jack Landis has become a silly figurehead. He struts about the streets of the Corner as a great mine owner, and with the power of Lord Nick behind him, not one of the people of the gambling houses and dance halls dare cross him, so that Jack has come to consider himself a great man. Is that clear? Donnegan had not yet drawn his gaze entirely back from the distance. "This is the possible solution," went on the colonel. "Jack Landis must be drawn away from the influence of this Nelly Lebrun. He must be brought back to us and shown his folly, both as regards to the adventuress and Lord Nick. For as long as Nelly has a hold on him, just so long Lord Nick will have his hand in Jack's pocket. You see how beautifully their plans and their work dovetail. How, therefore, am I to draw him from Nelly? There is only one way. Send my daughter to the camp. Send Lou to the Corner, and let one glimpse of her beauty turn the shabby prettiness of this woman to a shadow. Lou is my last hope." At this, Donnegan wakened. His sneer was not a pleasant thing to see. "Send her to a new mining camp? Colonel Macon, you have the gambling spirit. You are willing to take great chances?" So, murmured the colonel, a little taken back. "But I should never send her except with an adequate protector." "An adequate protector, even against these celebrated gunmen who run the camp, as you have already admitted?" "An adequate protector. You are the man." Donnegan shivered. I take your daughter to the camp and play her against Nelly Lebrun to win back Jack Landis? Is that the scheme?" "It is." "Ah," murmured Donnegan, and he got up and began to walk the room, white-faced. The colonel watched him in a silent agony of anxiety. "She truly loves this Landis?" asked Donnegan, swallowing. "A love that has grown out of their long intimacy together since they were children." "Bah, calf love. Let the fellow go and she will forget him. Hearts are not broken in these days by disappointments in love affairs." The colonel writhed in his chair. "But, Lou, you did not know her heart," he suggested. "If you looked closely at her, you would have seen that she is pale. She does not suspect the truth, but I think she is wasting away because Jack hasn't written for weeks." He saw Donnegan wince under the whip. "It is true," murmured the wanderer. "She is not like others, heaven knows." He turned. "And what if I fail to bring over Jack Landis with the sight of Lou?" The colonel relaxed. The great crisis was past, and Donnegan would undertake the journey. "In that case, my dear lad, there is an expedient so simple that you astonish me by not perceiving it. If there is no way to wean Landis away from the woman, then get him alone and shoot him through the heart. In that way you remove from the life of Lou a man unworthy of her, and you also make the mines come to the heir of Jack Landis, namely myself. And in the latter case, Mr. Donnegan, be sure, oh, be sure, that I should not forget who brought the mines into my hands." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 50 miles over any sort of going is a stiff march. 50 miles uphill and down, and mostly over districts where there was only a rough cow path in lieu of a road, made a prodigious day's work, and certainly it was an almost incredible feat for one who professed to hate work with a consuming passion, and who had looked upon an 8-mile jaunt the night before as an insuperable burden. Yet such was the distance which Donnegan had covered, and now he drove the pack mule out on the shoulder of the hill in full view of the corner, with the triangle of the Young Muddy and Cristobal rivers embracing the little town. Even the gaunt, leggy mule was tired to the dropping point, and the tough buckskin, which trailed up behind, went with downward head. When Louise Macon turned to him, he had reached the point where he swung his head around first and then grudgingly followed the movement with his body. The girl was tired also, in spite of the fact that she had covered every inch of the distance in the saddle. There was that violet shade of weariness under her eyes, and her shoulders slumped forward. Only Donnegan, the hater of labor, was fresh. They had started in the first dusk of the coming day. It was now the yellow time of the slant afternoon sunlight. Between these 2 points there had been a body of steady plodding. The girl had looked askance at that gaunt form of Donnegan's when they began, but before 3 hours, seeing that the spring never left his step, nor the swinging rhythm his stride, she began to wonder. This afternoon nothing he did could have surprised her. From the moment he entered the house the night before, he had been a mystery. Till her death day she would not forget the fire with which he had stared up at her from the foot of the stairs. But when he came out of her father's room, not cowed and whipped as most men left it, he looked at her with a veiled glance, and since that moment there had always been a mist of indifference over his eyes when he looked at her. In the beginning of that day's march all she knew was that her father trusted her to this stranger, Donnegan, to take her to the corner where he would find Jack Landis and bring Jack back to his old allegiance and find what he was doing with his time and his money. It was a quite natural proceeding, for Jack was a wild sort, and he was probably gambling away all the gold that was dug in his mines. It was perfectly natural throughout, except that she should have been trusted so entirely to a stranger. That was a remarkable thing, but then her father was a remarkable man, and it was not the first time that his actions had been inscrutable, whether concerning her or the affairs of other people. She had heard men come into their house cursing Colonel Macon with death in their faces, and she had seen them sneak out after a soft-voiced interview and never appear again. In her eyes her father was invincible, all-powerful. When she thought of superlatives she thought of him. Her conception of mystery was the smile of the colonel, and her conception of tenderness was bounded by the gentle voice of the same man. Therefore it was entirely sufficient to her that the colonel had said, "Go and trust everything to Donnegan. He has the power to command you, and you must obey until Jack comes back to you." That was odd, for as far as she knew, Jack had never left her. But she had early discarded any will to question her father. Curiosity was a thing which the fat man hated above all else. Therefore, it was really not strange to her that throughout the journey her guide did not speak half a dozen words to her. Once or twice, when she attempted to open the conversation, he had replied with crushing monosyllables, and there was an end. For the rest, he was always swinging down the trail ahead of her at a steady, unchanging, rapid stride. Uphill and down, it never varied. And so they came out upon the shoulder of the hill and saw the storm center of the corner. They were in the hills behind the town. 2 miles would bring them into it. And now Donnegan came back to her from the mule. He took off his hat and shook the dust away, and brushed a hand across his face. He was still unshaven. The red stubble made him hideous, and the dust and perspiration covered his face as with a mask. Only his eyes were rimmed with white skin. "You'd better get off the horse here," said Donnegan. He held her stirrup, and she obeyed without a word. "Sit down." She sat down on the flat-topped boulder which he designated, and looking up, observed the first sign of emotion in his face. He was frowning, and his face was drawn a little. "You are tired," he stated. "A little." "You are tired," said the wanderer, in a tone that implied dislike of any denial. Therefore she made no answer. "I'm going down into the town to look things over. I don't want to parade you through the streets until I know where Landis is to be found and how he'll receive you. The Corner is a wild town. You understand?" "Yes," she said blankly, and noted nervously that the reply did not please him. He actually scowled at her. "You'll be all right here. I'll leave the pack mule with you. If anything should happen, but nothing's going to happen, I'll be back in an hour or so. There's a pool of water. You can get a cold drink there and wash up if you want to while I'm gone. But don't go to sleep." "Why not?" "A place like this is sure to have a lot of stragglers hunting around it. Bad characters, you understand?" She could not understand why he should make a mystery of it, but then he was almost as strange as her father. His careful English and his ragged clothes were typical of him inside and out. "You have a gun there in your holster. Can you use it?" "Yes." "Try it." It was a .32, a woman's light weapon. She took it out and balanced it in her hand. "The blue rock down the hillside. Let me see you chip it." Her hand went up, and without pausing to sight along the barrel, she fired. Fire flew from the rock, and there appeared a white, small scar. Donnegan sighed with relief. "If you squeezed the butt rather than pulled the trigger," he commented, "you would have made a bullseye that time. Now, I don't mean that in any likelihood you'll have to defend yourself. I simply want you to be aware that there's plenty of trouble around the corner." "Yes," said the girl. "You're not afraid?" "Oh, no." Donnegan settled his hat a little more firmly upon his head. He had been on the verge of attributing her gentleness to a blank, stupid mind. He began to realize that there was metal under the surface. He felt that some of the qualities of her father were echoed faintly and at a distance in the child. In a way, she made him think of an unawakened creature. When she was roused, if the time ever came, it might be that her eye could become a thing alternately of fire and ice, and her voice might carry with a ring. "This business has to be gotten through quickly," he went on. "One meeting with Jack Landis will be enough." She wondered why he set his jaw when he said this. But he was wondering how deeply the colonel's ward had fallen into the clutches of Nelly Lebrun. If that first meeting did not bring Landis to his senses, what followed? One of two things. Either the girl must stay on in the Corner and try her hand with her fiancé again, or else the final brutal suggestion of the colonel must be followed. He must kill Landis. It was a cold-blooded suggestion. But Donnegan was a cold-blooded man. As he looked at the girl where she sat on the boulder, he knew definitely, first and last, that he loved her, and that he would never again love any other woman. Every instinct drew him toward the necessity of destroying Landis. There was his stumbling block. But what if she truly loved Landis? He would have to wait in order to find that out. And as he stood there, with the sun shining on the red stubble on his face, he made a resolution the more profound because it was formed in silence. If she truly loved Landis, he would serve her hand and foot until she had her will. But all he said was simply, "I shall be back before it's dark." "I shall be comfortable here," replied the girl, and smiled farewell at him. And while Donnegan went down the slope full of darkness, he thought of that smile. The Corner spread more clearly before him with every step he made. It was a type of the gold rush town. Of course, most of the dwellings were tents, dog tents, many of them, but there was a surprising sprinkling of wooden shacks, some of them of considerable size. Beginning at the very edge of the town and spread over the sand flats were the mines and the black sprinkling of laborers. And the town itself was roughly jumbled around one street. Over to the left, the main road into the Corner crossed the wide, shallow ford of the young muddy river, and up this road He saw half a dozen wagons coming, wagons of all sizes, but nothing went out of the corner. People who came stayed there, it seemed. He dropped over the lower hills, and the voice of the gold town rose to him. It was a murmur like that of an army preparing for battle. Now and then a blast exploded, for what purpose he could not imagine in this school of mining. But as a rule the sounds were subdued by the distance. He caught the muttering of many voices, in which laughter and shouts were brought into the level of a whisper at close hand, and through all this there was the persistent clangor of metallic sounds, no doubt from the blacksmith shops, where picks and other implements were made or sharpened, and all sorts of repairing carried on. But the predominant tone of the voice of the corner was this persistent ringing of metal. It suggested to Donnegan that here was a town filled with men of iron, and all the gentler parts of their natures forgotten. An odd place to bring such a woman as Lou Macon, surely. He reached the level and entered the town. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hunting for news, he naturally went to the News Emporium, which took the place of the daily paper, namely, he went to the saloons. But on the way he ran through a liberal cross-section of the corner's populace. First of all, the tents and the ruder shacks. He saw little sheet iron stoves with the tin dishes piled unwashed upon the tops of them when the miners rushed back to their work. Broken handles of picks and shovels, worn-out shirts and overalls lay where they had been tossed. Here was a flat strip of canvas supported by 4 4-foot poles, and without shelter at the sides, and the belongings of one careless miner tumbled beneath this miserable shelter. Another man had striven for some semblance of a home, and he had framed a 5-foot walk leading up to the closed flap of his tent with stones of a regular size. But nowhere was there a sign of life, and would not be until semi-darkness brought the unwilling workers back to the tents. Out of this district he passed quickly onto the main street, and here there was a different atmosphere. The first thing he saw was a man dressed as a cowpuncher from belt to spurs. Spurs on a miner? But above the waist he blossomed in a frock coat and a silk hat. Around the coat he had fastened his belt, and the shirt beneath the coat was common flannel, open at the throat. He walked, or rather staggered, on the arm of an equally strange companion, who was arrayed in a white silk shirt, white flannel trousers with dancing pumps, and a vast sombrero. But as if this was not sufficient protection for his head, he carried a parasol of the most brilliant green silk, and twirled it above his head. The two held a wavering course, and went blindly past Donnegan. It was sufficiently clear that the storekeeper had followed the gold. He noted a cowboy sitting in his saddle while he rolled a cigarette. Obviously, he had come in to look things over rather than to share in the mining, and he made the one sane, critical note in the carnival of noise and color. Donnegan began to pass stores. There was the jeweler's, the gents' furnishings, a real estate office. What could real estate be doing on young Muddy's desert? Here was the pawn shop, the windows of which were already packed. The blacksmith had a great establishment, and the roar of the anvils never died away. Feed and grain, and a dozen lunch-counter restaurants. All this had come to the corner within 6 weeks. Liquor seemed to be plentiful, too. In the entire length of the street he hardly saw a sober man, except the cowboy. Half a dozen in one group pitched silver dollars at a mark. But he was in the saloon district now, and dominant among the rest was the big, unpainted front of a building before which hung an enormous sign, LeBrun's Joy Emporium. Donnegan turned in under the sign. It was one big room. The bar stretched completely around two sides of it. The floor was dirt, but packed to the hardness of wood. The low roof was supported by a scattering of wooden pillars, and across the floor the gaming tables were spread. At the vast bar not 10 men were drinking now, and at the crowding tables there was not a half a dozen players, yet behind the bar stood a dozen tenders ready to meet the evening rush from the mines. At the tables waited an equal number of the professional gamblers of the house. From the door Donnegan observed these things with one sweeping glance, and then proceeded to transform himself. One jerk at the visor of his cap brought it down over his eyes and covered his face with shadow. A single shrug bunched the ragged coat high around his shoulders, and the shoulders themselves he allowed to drop forward. With his hands in his pockets, he glided slowly across the room toward the bar, for all the world a picture of the gutter snipe who had been kicked from pillar to post until self-respect is dead in him. And pausing in his advance, he leaned against one of the pillars and looked hungrily toward the bar. He was immediately hailed from behind the bar with, "Hey, you! No tramps in here. Pay and stay in Lebrun's." The command brought an immediate protest. A big fellow stepped from the bar, his sombrero pushed to the back of his head, his shirt sleeves rolled to the elbow away from vast hairy forearms. One of his long arms swept out and brought Donnegan to the bar. "I ain't no prophet," declared the giant, "but I can spot a man that's dry. What do you have, bud?" And to the bartender he added, "Leave him be, partner, unless you're all set for considerable noise in here." "Long as his drinks are paid for," muttered the bartender, "here he stays. But these floaters do make me tired." He jabbed the bottle across the bar at Donnegan and spun a glass noisily at him, and the floater observed the angry bartender with a frightened side glance, and then poured his drink gingerly. When the glass was half full he hesitated and sought the face of the bartender again for permission to go on. "Fill her up," commanded the giant. "Fill her up, lad, and drink hearty." "I never yet," observed the bartender darkly, "seen a beggar that wasn't a hog." At this Donnegan's protector shifted his belt so that the holster came a little more forward on his thigh. "Son," he said, "how long you been in these parts?" "Long enough," declared the other, and lowered his black brows. "Long enough to be sick of it." "Maybe, maybe," returned the cowpuncher miner. "Meantime, you tie to this. We've got queer ways out here. When a gent drinks with us, he's our friend. This lad here is my partner just now. If I was him, I would have knocked your head off before now for what you've said." "I don't want no trouble," Donnegan said whiningly. At this the bartender chuckled, and the miner showed his teeth in his disgust. "Every gent has got his own way," he said sourly. "But while you drink with Hal Stern, you drink with your chin up, bud, and don't forget it. And them that tries to run over you got to run over me." Saying this, he laid his large left hand on the bar and leaned a little toward the bartender, but his right hand remained hanging loosely at his side. It was near the holster, as Donnegan noticed, and the bartender, having met the boring glance of the big man for a moment, turned surlily away. The giant looked to Donnegan and observed, "Know a good definition of the word skunk?" "Nope," said Donnegan, brightening now that the stern eye of the bartender was turned away. "Here's one that might do. A skunk is a critter that bites when your back is turned and runs when you look it in the eye. Here's how." He drained his own glass, and Donnegan dexterously followed the example. "And what might you be doing around these parts?" asked the big man, veiling his contempt under a mild geniality. "Me? Oh, nothing." "Looking for a job, huh?" Donnegan shrugged. "Work ain't my line," he confided. Said Hal Stern. "Well, you don't make no bones about it." "But just now," continued Donnegan, I thought maybe I'd pick up some sort of a job for a while." He looked ruefully at the palms of his hands, which were as tender as the hands of a woman. "Heard a fellow say that Jack Landis was a good sort to work for. Didn't rush his men none. They said I might find him here." The big man grunted. "Too early for him. He don't circulate around much till the sun goes down. Kind of hard on his skin, the sun, maybe. So you're going to work for him?" "I was figuring on it." "Well, tie to this, Bud. If you work for him, you won't have him over you." "No?" "No, you'll have—" He glanced a little uneasily around him. "Lord Nick." "Who's he?" "Who's he?" The big man started in astonishment. "Suffering catamounts, who is he?" He laughed in a disagreeable manner. "Well, son, you'll find out right enough." "The way you talk, he don't sound none too good." Hal Stern grew anxious. "The way I talk? Have I said anything agin him?" "No, not a word. Well, there ain't ever been trouble between us, and there never ain't going to be." He flushed and looked steadily at Donnegan. "Maybe he sent you to talk to me?" he asked coldly. But Donnegan's eyes took on a childish wideness. "Why, I never seen him," he declared. Hal Stern allowed the muscles of his face to relax. "All right," he said. "They's no harm done, but Lord Nick is a name that ain't handled none too free in these here parts. Remember that." "But how," pondered Donnegan, "can I be working for Lord Nick when I sign up to work under Jack Landis?" "I'll tell you how. Nick and Lebrun work together, split profits, and Nelly Lebrun works for Landis for his dust. So the stuff goes in a circle. Landis to Nelly, to Lebrun to Nick. That clear?" "I don't quite see it," murmured Donnegan. "I didn't think you would," declared the other, and snorted his disgust. "But that's all I'm going to say. Here come the boys, and dead dry." For the afternoon was verging upon evening, and the first drift of laborers from the mines was pouring into the Corner. One thing at least was clear to Donnegan, that everyone knew how infatuated Landis had become with Nelly Lebrun, and that Landis had not built up an extraordinarily good name for himself. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By the time absolute darkness had set in, Donnegan, in the new role of lady's chaperone, sat before a dying fire with Louise Macon beside him. He had easily seen from his talk with Stern that Landis was a public figure, whether from the richness of his claims or his relations with Lord Nick and Lebrun, or because of all these things. But as a public figure it would be impossible to see him alone in his own tent, and unless Louise could meet him alone, half her power over him, supposing that she still retained any, would be lost. Better by far that Landis should come to her than she should come to him, so Donnegan had rented 2 tents by the day at an outrageous figure from the enterprising real estate company of the Corner, and to this new home he brought the girl. She accepted the arrangement with surprising equanimity. It seemed that her father's training had eliminated from her mind any questioning of the motives of others. She became even cheerful as she set about arranging the pack which Donnegan put in her tent. Afterward she cooked their supper over the fire which he built for her. Never was there such a quick house setting, and by the time it was absolutely dark they had washed the dishes and sat before Lou's tent, looking over the night lights of the Corner and hearing the voice of its great white way opening. She had not even asked why he did not bring her straight to Jack Landis. She looked into Donnegan's tent, furnished with a single blanket and his canvas kit, and had offered to share her pack with him. And now they sat side by side before the tent, and still she asked no questions about what was to come. Her silence was to Donnegan the dropping of the water upon the hard rock. He was crumbling under it, and a wild hatred for the colonel rose in him. No doubt that spirit of evil had foreseen all this, and he knew that every moment spent with the girl would drive Donnegan on closer to the accomplishment of the colonel's great purpose, the death of Jack Landis. For the colonel, as Jack's next of kin, would take over all his mining interests and free them at a stroke from the silent partnership which apparently existed with Lord Nick and Lester. One bullet would do all this. And with Jack dead, who else stood close to the girl? It was only necessary that she should not know who sped the bullet home. A horrible fancy grew up in Donnegan as he sat there, that between him and the girl lay a dead body. He was glad when the time came and he could tell her that he was going down to the corner to find Jack Landis and bring him to her. She rose to watch him go, and he heard her say, "Come soon." It shocked Donnegan into realization that for all her calm exterior she was perfectly aware of the danger of her position in the wild mining camp. She must know also that her reputation would be compromised, yet never once had she winced, and Donnegan was filled with wonder as he went down the hill toward the camp which spread beneath him, for their tents were a little detached from the main body of the town. Behind her gentle eyes he now felt, under the softness of her voice, there was the same iron nerve that was in her father. Her hatred could be a deathless passion, and her love also, and the great question to be answered now was, did she truly love Jack Landis? The corner at night was like a scene at a circus. There was the same rush of people, the same irregular flush of lights, the same glimmer of lanterns through canvas, the same air of impermanence. Once, in one of those hushes which fall upon every crowd, he heard a coyote wailing sharply and far away, as though the desert had sent out this voice to mock at the corner and all it contained. He had only to ask once to discover where Landis was. Milligan's dance hall. Before Milligan's place a bonfire burned from the beginning of dusk to the coming of day, and until the time when the fire was quenched with buckets of water, it was a sign to all that the merriment was under way in the dance hall. If Lebrun's was the sun of the amusement world in the corner, Milligan's was the moon. Everybody who had money to lose went to Lebrun's. Everyone who was out for gaiety went to Milligan's. Milligan was a plunger. He had brought up an orchestra which demanded $15 a day, and he paid them that and more. He not only was able to do this, but he established a bar at the entrance, from which all who entered were served with a free drink. The entrance also was not subject to charge. The initial drink at the door was spiced to encourage thirst, so Milligan made money as fast and far more easily than if he had been digging it out of the ground. To the door of this pleasure emporium came Donnegan. He had transformed himself into the ragged hobo by the jerking down of his cap again and the hunching of his shoulders, and shrinking past the bar with a hungry sideways glance, as one who did not dare present himself for free liquor, he entered Milligan's. That is, he had put his foot across the threshold when he was caught roughly by the shoulder and dragged to one side. He found himself looking up into the face of a strapping fellow who served Milligan as bouncer. Milligan had an eye for color. Andy Lewis was tolerably well known as a fighting man of parts, who not only wore two guns, but could use them both at once, which is much more difficult than is generally understood. But far more than for his fighting parts, Milligan hired his bouncer for the sake of his face. It was a countenance made to discourage troublemakers. A mule had kicked Lewis in the chin, and a great white welt deformed his lower lip. Scars of smallpox added to his decorative effect, and he had those extremely bushy brows which for some reason are generally considered to denote ferocity. Now Donnegan was not above middle height at best, and in his present shrinking attitude he found himself looking up a full head into the formidable face of the bouncer. "And what are you doing in here?" asked the genial Andy. "Don't you know this joint is for white folks?" "I ain't colored," murmured Donnegan. "You look considerable yellow to me," declared Lewis. He straightway chuckled, and his own keen appreciation of his wit softened his expression. "What you want?" Donnegan shivered under his rags. "I want to see Jack Landis," he said. It had a wonderful effect upon the doorkeeper. Donnegan found that the very name of Landis was a charm of power in the Corner. "You want to see him?" he queried in amazement. "You?" He looked Donnegan over again, and then grinned broadly, as if in anticipation. "Well, go ahead. There he sits. No, he's dancing." The music was in full swing. It was chiefly brass, but now and then, in softer moments, one could hear a violin squeaking uncertainly. At least it went along with a marked, regular rhythm, and the dancers swirled industriously around the floor. A very gay crowd. Color was apparently appreciated in the Corner, and Donnegan, standing modestly out of sight behind a pillar until the dance ended, noted 20 phases of life in 20 faces. And Donnegan saw the flushes of liquor and heard the loud voices of happy fellows who had made their strikes. But in all that brilliant crew he had no trouble in picking out Jack Landis and Nelly Lebrun. They danced together, and where they passed the others steered a little off so as to give them room on the dance floor, as if the men feared that they might cross the formidable Landis, and as if the women feared to be brought into too close comparison with Nelly Lebrun. She was indeed a brilliant figure. She had eyes of the Creole duskiness, a delicate olive skin with a pastel coloring. The hand on the shoulder of Landis was a thing of fairy beauty, and her eyes had that peculiar quality of seeming to see everything and rest on every face particularly, so that, as she whirled toward Donnegan, he winced, feeling that she had found him out among the shadows. She had a glorious partner to set her off, and Donnegan saw bitterly why Lou Macon could love him. Height without clumsiness, bulk and a light foot at once, a fine head, well poised, blond hair, and a Grecian profile. Such was Jack Landis. He wore a vest of fawn skin. His boots were black in the foot and finished with the softest red leather for the leg. And he had yellow buckskin trousers, laced in a Mexican fashion, with silver at the sides, a narrow belt, a long red silk handkerchief flying from behind his neck in cowboy fashion. So much flashing splendor, even in that gay assembly, would have been childishly conspicuous on another man, but in big Jack Landis there was patently a great deal of the unaffected child. He was having a glorious time on this evening, and his eye roved the room, challenging admiration in a manner that was amusing rather than offensive. He was so overflowingly proud of having the prettiest girl in the Corner upon his arm, and so conscious of being himself probably the finest looking man, that he escaped conceit, it might almost be said, by his very excess of it. Upon this splendid individual, then, the obscure Donnegan bent his gaze. He saw the dancers pause and scatter as the music ended, saw them drift to the tables along the edges of the room, and saw the scurry of waiters hurrying drinks up in the interval, saw Nelly Lebrun sip a lemonade, saw Jack Landis toss off something stronger, and then Donnegan skirted around the room and came to the table of Jack Landis at the very moment when the latter was tossing a gold piece to the waiter and giving a new order. Prodigal sons in the distance of thought are apt to be both silly and disgusting, but at close hand they usually dazzle the eye. Even the cold brain of Donnegan was daunted a little as he drew near. He came behind the chair of the tall master of the Corner, and while Nelly Lebrun stopped her glass halfway to her lips and stared at the ragged stranger, Donnegan was whispering in the ear of Jack Landis, "I've got to see you alone." Landis turned his head slowly, and his eyes darkened a little as he met the reddish, unshaven face of the stranger. Then, with a careless shrug of distaste, he drew out a few coins and poured them into Donnegan's palm. The latter pocketed them. "Lou Macon," said Donnegan. Jack Landis rose from his chair, and it was not until he stood so close to Donnegan that the latter realized the truly Herculean proportions of the young fellow. He bowed his excuses to Nelly Lebrun, not without grace of manner, and then huddled Donnegan into a corner with a wave of his vast arm. "Now what do you want? Who are you? Who put that name in your mouth?" "She's in the corner," said Donnegan, and he dwelt upon the face of Jack Landis with feverish suspense. A moment later a great weight had slipped from his heart. If Lou Macon loved Landis, it was beyond peradventure that Landis was not breaking his heart because of the girl. For at her name he flushed darkly, and then, that rush of color fading, he was left with a white spot in the center of each cheek. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First his glance plunged into vacancy. Then it flicked over his shoulder at Nelly Lebrun, and he bit his lip. Plainly, it was not the most welcome news that Jack Landis had ever heard. "Where is she?" he asked nervously of Donnegan, and he looked over the ragged fellow again. "I'll take you to her." The big man swayed back and forth from foot to foot, balancing in his hesitation. "Wait a moment." He strode to Nelly Lebrun and bent over her. Donnegan saw her eyes flash up. Oh, heart of the South, what eyes of shadow and fire! Jack Landis trembled under the glance. Yes, he was deeply in love with the girl. And Donnegan watched her face shade with suspicion, stiffen with cold anger, warm and soften again under the explanations of Jack Landis. Donnegan, looking from the distance, could read everything, in its nearness that bewitches a man when he talks to a woman. When Odysseus talked to Circe, no doubt he stood on the farther side of the room. When Landis came again, he was perspiring from the trial of fire through which he had just passed. "Come," he ordered, and set out at a sweeping stride. Plainly, he was anxious to get this matter done with as soon as possible. As for Donnegan, he saw a man whom Landis had summoned to take his place sit down at the table with Nelly Lebrun. She was laughing with the newcomer as though nothing troubled her at all. But over his shoulder her glance probed the distance and followed Jack Landis. She wanted to see the messenger again, the man who had called her companion away. But in this it was a fox challenging fox. Donnegan took note and was careful to place between him and the girl every pillar and every group of people. As far as he was concerned, her first glance must do to read and judge and remember him by. Outside, Landis shot several questions at him in swift succession. He wanted to know how the girl happened to make the trip. Above all, what the colonel was thinking and doing, and if the colonel himself had come. But Donnegan replied with monosyllables, and Landis, apparently reconciling himself to the fact that the messenger was a fool, ceased his questions. They kept close to a run all the way out of the camp and up the hillside to the two detached tents where Donnegan and the girl slept that night. A lantern burned in both the tents. "She has made things ready for me," thought Donnegan, his heart opening. "She has kept house for me." He pointed out Lou's tent to his companion, and the big man, with a single low word of warning, threw open the flap of the tent and strode in. There was only the split part of a second between the rising and the fall of the canvas, but in that swift interval Donnegan saw the girls starting up to receive Landis. Her calm was broken at last. Her cheeks were flushed. Her eyes were starry with what? Expectancy? Love? It stopped Donnegan like a blow in the face and turned his heart to lead, and then shamelessly he glided around the tent and dropped down beside it to eavesdrop. After all, there was some excuse. If she loved the man, he, Donnegan, would let him live. If she did not love him, he, Donnegan, would kill him like a worthless rat under heel. That is, if he could. No wonder that the wanderer listened with heart and soul. He missed the first greeting. It was only a jumble of exclamations. But now he heard, "But Lou, what a wild idea! Across the mountains? With whom?" "The man who brought you here." "Who is he?" "I don't know." "You don't know? He looks like a shifty little rat to me." "He's big enough, Jack." Such small praise was enough to set Donnegan's heart thumping. "Besides, Father told me to go with him, to trust him." "Ah!" There was an abrupt chilling and lowering of Landis's voice. "The colonel knows him? He's one of the colonel's men?" Plainly the colonel was to him as the rod to the child. "Why didn't you come directly to me?" "We thought it would be better not to." Your guide. Well, what was the colonel's idea in sending you here? Heavens above, doesn't he know that a mining camp is no place for a young girl? And you haven't a sign of a chaperone. Lou, what the devil can I do? What was in his mind?" "You haven't written for a long time." "Good Lord, written? Letters? Does he think I have time for letters?" The lie came smoothly enough. "Working day and night?" Donnegan smoothed his whiskers and grinned into the night. Landis might prove better game than he had anticipated. "He worried," said the girl, and her voice was as even as ever. "He worried, and sent me to find out if anything is wrong." Then, nonsense. What is there to worry about? Lou, I'm half inclined to think that the colonel doesn't trust me. She did not answer. Was she reading beneath the boisterous assurance of Landis? "One thing is clear to me, and to you too, I hope. The first thing is to send you back in a hurry." Still no answer. "Lou, do you distrust me?" At length she managed to speak, but it was with some difficulty. "There is another reason for sending me." "Tell me." "Can't you guess, Jack?" "I'm not a mind reader." "The cad," said Donnegan through his teeth. "It's the old reason." "Money?" "Yes." A shadow swept across the side of the tent. It was Landis waving his arm carelessly. "If that's all, I can fix you up and send you back with enough to carry the colonel along. Look here. Why, I have 500 with me. Take it, Lou. There's more behind it. But the colonel mustn't think that there's as much money in the mines as people say. No idea how much living costs up here. Heavens, no, and the price of labor, and they'll shirk the job from dawn to dark. I have to watch 'em every minute, I tell you." He sighed noisily. "But the end of it is, dear," how that small word tore into the heart of Donnegan, who crouched outside, "that you must go back tomorrow morning. I'd send you tonight if I could. As a matter of fact, I don't trust the red-haired rat who—" The girl interrupted while Donnegan still had control of his hair-trigger temper. "You forget, Jack. Father sent me here, but he did not tell me to come back." At this Jack Landis burst into an enormous laughter. "You don't mean, Lou, that you actually intend to stay on?" "What else can I mean?" "Of course it makes it awkward if the colonel didn't expressly tell you just what to do. I suppose he left it to my discretion, and I decide definitely that you must go back at once." "I can't do it." "Lou, don't you hear me saying that I'll take the responsibility? If your father blames you, let him tell me." He broke down in the middle of his sentence, and another of those uncomfortable little pauses ensued. Donnegan knew that their eyes were miserably upon each other, the man tongue-tied by his guilt, the girl wretchedly guessing at the things which lay behind her fiancé's words. "I'm sorry you don't want me here." "It isn't that, but—" He apparently expected to be interrupted, but she waited coolly for him to finish the sentence, and of course he could not. After all, for a helpless girl, she had a devilish effective way of muzzling Landis. Donnegan chuckled softly in admiration. All at once she broke through the scene. Her voice did not rise or harden, but it was filled with finality, as though she were weary of the interview. "I'm tired out. It's been a hard ride, Jack. You go home now and look me up again any time tomorrow." Lou, I feel mighty bad about having you up here in this infernal tent when the camp is full and—" "You can't lie across the entrance to my tent and guard me, Jack. Besides, I don't need you for that. The man who's with me will protect me." "He doesn't look capable of protecting a cat." "My father said that in any circumstances he would be able to take care of me." This reply seemed to overwhelm Landis. "The colonel trusts him as far as all that?" he muttered. "Then I suppose you're safe enough. But what about comfort, Lou?" "I've done without comfort all my life. Run along, Jack, and take this money with you. I can't have it." "But didn't the colonel send—" "You can express it through to him. To me, it's not pleasant to take it." "Why, Lou, you don't mean—" "Good night, Jack. I don't mean anything except that I'm tired." The shadow swept along the wall of the tent again. Donnegan, with a shaking pulse, saw the profile of the girl and the man approach as he strove to take her in his arms and kiss her good night, and then one slender bar of shadow checked Landis. "Not tonight." "Lou, you aren't angry with me?" "No, but you know I have queer ways. Just put this down as one of them. I can't explain." There was a muffled exclamation, and Landis went from the tent and strode down the hill. He was instantly lost in the night. But Donnegan, turning to the entrance flap, called softly. He was bidden to come in, and when he raised the flap he saw her sitting, with her hands clasped loosely and resting upon her knees. Her lips were a little parted and colorless. Her eyes were dull with a mist, and though she rallied herself a little, the wanderer could see that she was only half aware of him. The face which he saw was a milestone in his life, for he had loved her jealously, fiercely before, but seeing her now, dazed, hurt, and uncomplaining, tenderness came into Donnegan. It spread to his heart with a strange pain and made his hands tremble. All that he said was, "Is there anything you need?" "Nothing," she replied, and he backed out and away. But in that small interval he had turned out of the course of his gay, selfish life. If Jack Landis had hurt her like this, if she loved him so truly, then Jack Landis she should have. There was an odd mixture of emotions in Donnegan, but he felt most nearly like the poor man from whose hand his daughter tugs back and looks wistfully, hopelessly, into the bright window at all the toys. What pain is there greater than the pain that comes to the poor man in such a time? He huddles his coat about him, for his heart is as cold as a Christmas day, and if it would make his child happy, he would pour out his heart's blood on the snow. Such was the grief of Donnegan as he backed slowly out into the night. Though Jack Landis were fixed as high as the moon, he would tear him out of his place and give him to the girl. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The lantern went out in the tent. She was asleep, and when he knew that, Donnegan went down into the corner. He had been trying to think out a plan of action, and finding nothing better, Then to thrust a gun stupidly under Landis's nose and make him mark time, Donnegan went into Lebrun's place, as if he hoped the bustle there would supply him with ideas. Lebrun's was going full blast. It was not filled with the shrill mirth of Milligan's. Instead, all voices were subdued to a point here. The pitch was never raised. If a man laughed, he might show his teeth, but he took good care that he did not break into the atmosphere of the room. For there was a deadly undercurrent of silence which would not tolerate more than murmurs on the part of others. Men sat grim-faced over the cards. The man who was winning, with his cold, eager eye, the chronic loser of the night, with his iron smile, the professional, ever debonair, with the dull eye which comes from looking too often and too closely into the terrible face of chance. A very keen observer might have observed a resemblance between those men and Donnegan. Donnegan roved swiftly here and there. The calm eye and the smooth play of an obvious professional in a linen suit kept him for a moment at one table, looking on. Then he went to the games, and after changing the gold which Jack Landis had given as alms to silver dollars, he lost it with precision upon the wheel. He went on from table to table, from group to group. In Lebrun's his clothes were not noticed. It was no matter whether he played or did not play, whether he won or lost, they were too busy to notice. But he came back at length to the man who wore the linen coat and who won so easily. Something in his method of dealing appeared to interest Donnegan greatly. It was jackpot. The chips were piled high, and the man in the linen coat was dealing again. How deftly he mixed the cards! Indeed, all about him was elegant, from the turn of his black cravat to the cut of the coat. An inebriate passed, shouldered, and disturbed his chair, and rising to put it straight again, the gambler was seen to be about the height and build of Donnegan. Donnegan studied him with the interest of an artist. Here was a man, harking back to Nelly Lebrun and her love of brilliance, who would probably win her preference over Jack Landis for the simple reason that he was different. That is, there was more in his cravat to attract astonished attention in the corner than there was in all the silver lace of Landis. And he was a man's man, no doubt of that. On the inebriate he had flashed one glance of fire, and his lean hand had stirred uneasily toward the breast of his coat. Donnegan, who missed nothing, saw and understood. Interested? He was fascinated by this man because he recognized the kinship which existed between them. They might almost have been blood brothers, except for the differences in the face. He knew, for instance, just what each glance of the man in the linen coat meant, and how he was weighing his antagonists. As for the others, they were cool players themselves, but here they had met their master. It was the difference between the amateur and the professional. They played good, chancy poker, but the man in the linen coat did more. He stacked the cards. For the first moment Donnegan was not sure. It was not until there was a slight faltering in the deal, an infinitely small hesitation, which only a practiced eye like that of Donnegan's could have noticed, that he was sure. The winner was crooked. Yet the hand was interesting for all that. He had done the master trick, not only giving himself the winning hand, but also giving each of the others a fine set of cards. And the betting was wild on that historic pot. To begin with, the smallest hand was three of a kind, and after the draw the weakest was a straight, and they bet furiously. The stranger had picked them with his consistent victories. Now they were out for blood. Chips having been exhausted, solid gold was piled up on the table, a small fortune. The man in the linen coat in the middle of the hand called for drinks. They drank. They went on with the betting, and then at last came the call. Donnegan could have clapped his hands to applaud the smooth rascal. It was not an affair of breaking the others who sat in. They were all prosperous mine owners, and probably had been carefully selected according to the size of purse in preparation for the sacrifice. but the stakes were swept into the arms and then the canvas bag of the winner. If it was not enough to ruin the miners, it was at least enough to clean them out of ready cash and discontinue the game on that basis. They rose. They went to the bar for a drink. But while the winner led the way, two of the losers dropped back a trifle and fell into earnest conversation, frowning. Donnegan knew perfectly what the trouble was. They had noticed that slight faltering in the deal. They were putting their mental notes on the game together. But the winner, apparently unconscious of suspicion, lined up his victims at the bar. The first drink went hastily down. The second was on the way. It was standing on the bar. And here he excused himself. He broke off in the very middle of a story, and telling them that he would be back any moment, stepped into a crowd of newcomers. The moment he disappeared, Donnegan saw the other four put their heads close together, and saw a sudden darkening of faces. But as for the genial winner, he had no sooner passed to the other side of the crowd and out of view than he turned directly toward the door. His careless saunter was exchanged for a brisk walk, and Donnegan, without making himself conspicuous, was hard-pressed to follow that pace. At the door he found that the gambler, with his canvas sack under his arm, had turned to the right toward the line of saddled horses which stood in the shadow. And no sooner did he reach the gloom at the side of the building than he broke into a soft, swift run. He darted down the line of horses until he came to one which was already mounted. This Donnegan saw as he followed somewhat more leisurely and closer to the horses to avoid observance. He made out that the man already on horseback was a big Negro, and that he had turned his own mount and a neighboring horse out from the rest of the horses, so that they were both pointing down the street of the corner. Donnegan saw the Negro throw the lines of his lead horse into the air. In exchange he caught the sack, which the runner tossed to him, and then the gambler leaped into his saddle. It was a simple but effective plan. Suppose he were caught in the midst of a cheat. His play would be to break away to the outside of the building, shooting out the lights if possible, trusting to the confusion to help him, and there he would find his horse ready for him at a time when a second might be priceless. On this occasion, no doubt, the clever rascal had sensed the suspicion of the others. At any rate, he lost no time. He waited neither to find his stirrups nor grip the reins firmly, but the same athletic leap which carried him into the saddle set the horse in motion, and from a standing start the animal broke into a headlong gallop. He received, however, an additional burden at once. For Donnegan, from the second time he saw the man of the linen coat, had been revolving a daring plan, and during the poker game the plan had slowly matured. The moment he made sure that the gambler was heading for a horse, he increased his own speed. Ordinarily he would have been noted, but now, no doubt, the gambler feared no pursuit except one accompanied by a hue and cry. He did not hear the shadow-footed Donnegan racing over the soft ground behind him, but when he had gained the saddle, Donnegan was close behind with the impetus of his run to aid him. It was comparatively simple, therefore, to spring high in the air, and he stuck fairly and squarely behind the saddle of the man in the linen coat. When he landed, his revolver was in his hand, and the muzzle jabbed into the back of the gambler. The other made one frantic effort to twist around, then recognized the pressure of the revolver and was still. The horses, checking their gallops in unison, were softly dog-trotting down the street. "Call off your man," warned Donnegan, for the big Negro had reined back. The gun already gleamed in his hand. A gesture from the gambler sent the gun into obscurity, yet still the fellow continued to fall back. "Tell him to ride ahead." "Keep in front, George." "And not too far." "Very well. And now?" "We'll talk later. Go straight on, George, to the clump of trees beyond the end of the street, and ride straight. No dodging." "It was a good hand you played," continued Donnegan, taking note that of the many people who were now passing them, None paid the slightest attention to two men riding on one horse and chatting together as they rode. It was a good hand, but a bad deal. Your thumb slipped on the card, eh? You saw, eh? Muttered the other. And two of the others saw it, but they weren't sure till afterward. I know, the blockheads, but I spoiled their game for them. Are you one of us, pal? But Donnegan smiled to himself. For once at least, the appeal of gambler to gambler should fail. Keep straight on, he said. We'll talk later on. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Before Donnegan gave the signal to halt in a clear space where the starlight was least indistinct, they reached the center of the trees. Now, George, he said, drop your gun to the ground. There was a flash and a faint thud. Now the other gun. There ain't any more, sir. Your other gun, repeated Donnegan. A little pause. Do what he tells you, George, said the gambler at length, and a second weapon fell. Now keep on your horse, and keep a little off to the side, went on Donnegan, and remember that if you try to give me the jump, I might miss you in this light, but I'd be sure to hit your horse. So don't take any chances, George. Now, sir, just hold your hands over your head, and then dismount. He already had gone through the gambler and taken his weapons. He was now obeyed. The man of the linen coat tossed up his arms, flung his right leg over the horn of the saddle, and slipped to the ground. Donnegan joined his captive. I warn you first, he said gently, that I am quite expert with a revolver, and that it will be highly dangerous to attempt to trick me. Lower your arms if you wish, but please be careful of what you do with your hands. There are such things as knife throwing, I know, but it takes a fast wrist to flip a knife faster than a bullet. We understand each other? Perfectly, agreed the other. By the way, my name is Godwin, and suppose we become frank. You are in temporary distress. It was impossible for you to make a loan at the moment, and you are driven to this forced touch. Now, if half... Hush, said Donnegan. You are too generous. But the present question is not one of money. I have long since passed over that. The money is now mine. Steady. This to George, who lurched in the saddle, but Godwin was calm as stone. It is not the question of the money that troubles me, but the question of the men. I could easily handle one of you, but I fear to allow both of you to go free. You would return on my trail. There are such things as waylayings by night, eh? And so, Mr. Godwin, I think my best way out is to shoot you through the head. When your body is found, it will be taken for granted that the servant killed the master for the sake of the money, which he won by crooked card play. I think that's simple. Put your hands up, George, or by heck, I'll let the starlight shine through you. The huge arms of George were raised above his head. Godwin, in the meantime, had not spoken. I almost think you mean it, he said after a short pause. Good, said Donnegan. I do not wish to kill you unprepared. There was a strangled sound deep in the throat of Godwin. Then he was able to speak again, but now his voice was made into a horrible jumble by fear. Pal, he said, you're dead wrong. George here, he's a devil. If you let him live, he'll kill you, as sure as you're standing here. You don't know him. He's George Green. He's got a record as long as my arm, and as bad as the devil's name. He's the man to get rid of. Me? Why, man, you and I could team it together, but George, not. Donnegan began to laugh, and the gambler stammered to a halt. I knew you when I laid eyes on you for the first time, said Donnegan. You have the hands of a craftsman, but your eyes are put too close together. A coward's eyes, a cur's face, Godwin. But you, George, have you heard what he said? No answer from George but a snarl. "It sounds logical what he said, eh, George?" Dead silence. "But," said Donnegan, "there are flaws in the plan. Godwin, get out of your clothes." The other fell on his knees. "For heaven's sake," he pleaded. "Shut up," commanded Donnegan. "I'm not going to shoot you. I never intended to, you fool. But I wanted to see if you are worth splitting the coin with. You're not. Now get out of your clothes." He was obeyed in fumbling haste, and while that operation went on, he succeeded in jumping out of his own rags, and still kept the two fairly steadily under the nose of his gun. He tossed this bundle to Godwin, who accepted it with a faint oath, and Donnegan stepped calmly and swiftly into the clothes of his victim. "A perfect fit," he said at length. "And to show that I'm pleased, here's your purse back. Must be close to 200 in that from the weight." Godwin muttered some unintelligible curse. "Tush now. Get out. If you show your face in the corner again, some of those miners will spot you, and they'll dress you in tar and feathers." "You fool, if they see you in my clothes?" "They'll never see these after tonight, probably. You have other clothes in your packs, Godwin, lots of 'em. You're the sort who knows how to dress, and I'll borrow your outfit. Get out." The other made no reply. A weight seemed to have fallen upon him along with his new outfit, and he slunk into the darkness. George made a move to follow. There was a muffled shriek from Godwin, who fled headlong, and then a sharp command from Donnegan stopped the big man. "Come here," said Donnegan. George Washington Green rode slowly closer. "If I let you go, what would you do?" There was a glint of teeth. "I'd find him." "And break him in two, eh? Instead, I'm going to take you home, where you'll have a chance of breaking me in two instead. There's something about the cut of your shoulders and your head that I like, Green, and if you don't murder me in the first hour or so, I think we'll get on very well together. You hear?" The silence of George Washington Green was a tremendous thing. "Now ride ahead of me. I'll direct you how to go." He went first straight back through the town and up the hill to the two tents. He made George go before him into the tent and take up the role of bedding, and then with George and the bedding leading the way, and Donnegan leading the two horses behind, they went across the hillside to a shack which he had seen vacated that evening. It certainly could not be rented again before morning, and in the meantime Donnegan would be in possession, which was a large part of the law in the corner, as he knew. A little lean-to against the main shack served as a stable. The creek down the hillside was the watering trough, and Donnegan stood by while the big negro silently tended to the horses, removing the packs and preparing them for the night. Still in silence, he produced a small lantern and lighted it. It showed his face for the first time, the skin ebony black and polished over the cheekbones, but the rest of the face almost handsome, except that the slight flare of his nostrils gave him the cast of inhuman ferocity, and the fierceness was given point by a pair of arms of gorilla length, broad shoulders padded with rolling muscles, and the neck of a bull. On the whole, Donnegan, a connoisseur of fighting men, had never seen such promise of strength. At his gesture, George led the way into the house. It was more commodious than most of the shacks of the corner. In place of a single room, this had two compartments, one for the kitchen and another for the living room. In vacating the hut, the last occupants had left some of the furnishings behind them. There was a mirror, for instance, in the corner, and beneath the mirror a cheap table in whose open drawer appeared a tumble of papers. Donnegan dropped the heavy sack of Godwin's winnings to the floor, and while George hung the lantern on a nail on the wall, Donnegan crossed to the table and appeared to run through the papers. He was humming carelessly while he did it, but all the time he watched with cat-like intensity the reflection of George in the mirror above him. He saw, rather dimly, for the cheap glass showed all its images and waves, that George turned abruptly after hanging up the lantern, paused, and then whipped a hand into his coat pocket and out again. Donnegan leaped lightly to one side, and the knife, hissing past his head, buried itself in the wall, and its vibrations set up a vicious humming. As for Donnegan, the leap that carried him to one side whirled him about also. He faced the big man, who was now crouched in the very act of following the knife cast with the lunge of his powerful body. There was no weapon in Donnegan's hand, and yet George hesitated, balanced, and then slowly drew himself erect. He was puzzled. An outburst of oaths, the flash of a gun, and he would have been at home in the brawl. But the silence, the smile of Donnegan, and the steady glance were too much for him. He moistened his lips, and yet he could not speak. And Donnegan knew that what paralyzed George was the manner in which he had received warning. Evidently, the simple explanation of the mirror did not occur to the fellow, and the whole incident took on supernatural colorings. A phrase of explanation, and Donnegan would become again an ordinary human being. But while this small link was a mystery, the brain and body of George were numb. It was necessary, above all, to continue inexplicable. Donnegan, turning, drew the knife from the wall with a jerk. Half the length of the keen blade had sunk into the wood, a mute tribute to the force and speed of George's hand. And now Donnegan took the bright little weapon by the point and gave it back to the other. "If you throw for the body instead of the head," said Donnegan, "you have a better chance of sending the point home." He turned his back again upon the gaping giant, and drawing up a broken box before the open door, he sat down to contemplate the night. Not a sound behind him. It might be that the big fellow had regained his nerve and was stealing up for a second attempt. But Donnegan would have wagered his soul that George Washington Green had had his first and last lesson, and that he would rather play with Bear Lightning than ever again cross his new master. At length, "When you make down the bunks," said Donnegan, "put mine farthest from the kitchen. You had better do that first." "Yes, sir," came the deep bass murmur behind him. And the heart of Donnegan stirred, for that "sir" meant many things. Presently George crossed the floor with a burden. There was the whish of the blankets being unrolled, and then a slight pause. It seemed to him that he could hear a heavier breathing. Why? And searching swiftly back through his memory, he recalled that his other gun, a stub-nosed .38, was in the center of his blanket roll. And he knew that George had the weapon in his big hand. One pressure of the trigger would put an end to Donnegan. One bullet would give George the canvas sack and its small treasure. "When you clean my gun," said Donnegan, "take the action to pieces and go over every part." He could actually feel the start of George. Then, "Yes, sir," in a subdued whisper. If the escape from the knife had startled George, the second incident had convinced him that his new master possessed eyes in the back of his head. And Donnegan, paying no further heed to him, looked steadily across the hillside to the white tent of Lou Macon, 50 yards away. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. His plan, grown to full stature so swiftly, and springing out of nothing, well nigh, had come out of his first determination to bring Jack Landis back to Lou Macon, for he could interpret those blank, misty eyes with which she had sat after the departure of Landis in only one way. Yet to rule even the hand of big Jack Landis would be hard enough, and to rule his heart was quite another story. Remembering Nellie Lebrun, he saw clearly that the only way in which he could be brought back to Lou was first to remove Nellie as a possibility in his eye. But how remove Nellie as long as it was her cue from her father to play Landis for his money? How remove her, unless it were possible to sweep Nelly off her feet with another man? She might, indeed, be taken by storm, and if she once slighted Landis for the sake of another, his boyish pride would probably do the rest, and his next step would be to return to Lou Macon. All this seemed logical, but where to find the man to storm the heart of Nelly and dazzle her bright, clever eyes? His own rags had made him shrug his shoulders, and it was the thought of clothes which had made him fasten his attention so closely on the man of the linen suit in Lebrun's. Donnegan, with money, with well-fitted clothes, and with a few notorious escapades behind him. Yes, Donnegan, with such a flying start, might flutter the heart of Nelly Lebrun for a moment. But he must have the money, the clothes, and then he must deliberately set out to startle the Corner, make himself a public figure, talked of, pointed at, known, feared, respected, and even loved by at least a few. He must accomplish all these things, beginning at literal zero. It was the impossible nature of this that tempted Donnegan, but the paradoxical picture of the ragged skulker and Milligan's actually sitting at the same table with Nelly Lebrun and receiving her smiles stayed with him. He intended to rise, literally phoenix-like, out of the ashes, and the next morning, in the red time of dawn, he sat drinking the coffee which George Washington Green had made for him, and considering the details of the problem. Clothes, which had been a main obstacle, were now accounted for, since, as he had suspected, the packs of Godwin contained a luxurious wardrobe of considerable compass. At that moment, for instance, Donnegan was wrapped in a dressing gown of padded silk, and his feet were encased in slippers. But clothes were the least part of his worries. To startle the Corner, and thereby make himself attractive in the eyes of Nelly Lebrun, overshadowing Jack Landis, that was the thing. But to startle the Corner, where gold strikes were events of every 24 hours just now, where robberies were common gossip, and where the killings now averaged nearly 3 a day, to startle the Corner was like trying to startle the theatrical world with a sensational play. Indeed, this parallel could have been pursued, for Donnegan was the nameless actor, and the mountain desert was the stage on which he intended to become a headliner. No wonder, then, that his lean face was compressed in thought. Yet no one could have guessed it by his conversation. At the moment he was interrupted. His talk ran somewhat as follows. "George, Godwin taught you how to make coffee?" "Yes, sir," from George. Since the night before he had appeared totally subdued. Never once did he venture a comment, and even Donnegan was conscious of big, bright eyes watching him in a reverent fear not untinged by superstition. Once in the middle of the night he had wakened and seen the vast shadow of George's form leaning over the sack of money. Murder by stealth in the dark had been in the giant's mind, no doubt. But when, after that, he came and leaned over Donnegan's bunk, the master closed his eyes and kept on breathing regularly, and finally George returned to his own place, softly as a gigantic cat. Even in the master's sleep he found something to be dreaded, and Donnegan knew that he could now trust the fellow through anything. In the morning, at the first touch of light, he had gone to the stores and collected provisions, and a comfortable breakfast followed. Godwin, resumed Donnegan, was talented in many ways. The big man showed his teeth in silence, for since Godwin proposed the sacrifice of the servant to preserve himself, George had apparently altered his opinion of the gambler. The talented man, George, but he knew nothing of coffee. It should never boil. It should only begin to cream through the crust. Let that happen. Take the pot from the fire, put it back, and let the surface cream again. Do this 3 times, and then pour the liquid from the grounds, and you'll have the right strength and the right heating. You understand?" "Yes, sir." "And concerning the frying of bacon?" At this point the interruption came in the shape of 4 men at the open door. One of these Donnegan recognized as a real estate dealer had shrewdly set up tents and shacks on every favorable spot in the corner, and was now reaping a rich harvest. Gloucester was his name. It was patent that he did not see in the man in the silk dressing-robe the unshaven miscreant of the day before who had rented the 2 tents. "Howdy," he said, standing on the threshold with the other 3 in the background. Donnegan looked at him and through him. "My name is Gloucester. I own this shack, and I've come to find out why you're in it." "George," said Donnegan, "speak to him. Tell him that I know houses are scarce in the corner, that I found this place by accident vacant, that I intend to stay in it on purpose." George Washington Green instantly rose to the situation. He swallowed a vast grin and strode to the door. And though Mr. Gloucester's face crimsoned with rage at such treatment, he controlled his voice. In the corner, manhood was apt to be reckoned by the pound, and George was a giant. "I heard what your boss said, Buddy," said Gloucester, "but I've rented this cabin and the next one to these 3 gents and their party, and they want a home. Nothing to do but vacate, which speed is the thing I want. 30 minutes will—" "30 minutes don't change nothing," declared George in his deep, soft voice. The real estate man choked. Then, "You tell your boss that jumping a cabin is like jumping a claim. There's a law in the corner for gents like him." George made a gesture of helplessness, but Gloucester turned to the 3. "Both shacks are none at all," said the spokesman. "One ain't big enough to do us any good. But if this bird won't vamoose—" He was a tolerably rough-appearing sort, and he was backed by 2 of a kind. No doubt dangerous action would have followed had not George shown himself capable of rising to a height. He stepped from the door. He approached Gloucester and said, in a confidential whisper that reached easily to the other 3, "There ain't any call for a quick play, mister. Watch yourself. Maybe you don't know who the boss is." "And what more, I don't care," said Gloucester defiantly, but with his voice instinctively lowered. He stared past George, and behold, the man in the dressing-gown still sat in quiet and sipped his coffee. "It's Donnegan," whispered George. "Don? Who's he? You don't know Donnegan?" The mingled contempt and astonishment of George would have moved a thing of stone. It certainly troubled Gloucester as he turned to the 3. "Gents," he said, "there's 2 things we can do. Try the law, and the law's a lame lady in these parts, or throw him out. Say which." The 3 looked from Gloucester to the shack, from the shack to Donnegan, absently sipping his coffee, from Donnegan to George, who stood exhibiting a broad grin of anticipated delight. The contrast was too much for them. There is one great and deep-seated terror in the mountain desert, and that is for the man who may be other than he seems. The giant with the rough voice and the boisterous ways is generally due for a stormy passage west of the Rockies, but the silent man with the gentle manners receives respect. Traditions live of desperadoes with exteriors of womanish calm and the actions of devils, and Donnegan, sipping his morning coffee, fitted into the picture which rumor had painted. The 3 looked at one another, declared that they had not come to fight for a house but to rent one, that the real estate agent could go to the devil for all of them, and that they were bound elsewhere. So they departed, and left Gloucester both relieved and gloomy. "Now," said Donnegan to George, "tell him we'll take both the shacks, and that he can add 50% to his old price." The bargain was concluded on the spot. The money was paid by George. Gloucester went down the hill to tell the corner that a mystery had hit the town, and George brought the canvas bag back to Donnegan, with the top still untied, as though to let it be seen that he had not pocketed any of the gold. "I don't want to count it," said Donnegan. "Keep the bag, George. Keep money in your pocket. Treat both of us well, and when that's gone, I'll get more." If the manner in which Donnegan had handled the renting of the cabins had charmed George, he was wholly entranced by this last touch of free spending. To serve a man who was his master was one thing. To serve one who trusted him so completely was quite another. To live under the same roof with a man who was a riddle was sufficiently delightful, but to be allowed actually to share in the mystery was a super happiness. He was singing when he started to wash the dishes, and Donnegan went across the hill to the tent of Lou Macon. She was laying the fire before her tent, and the morning freshness had cleared from her face any vestige of the trouble of the night before, and in the slant light her hair was glorious, all ruffling gold, semi-transparent. She did not smile at him, but she could give the effect of smiling while her face remained grave. It was her inner calm content, of which people were aware. "You missed me?" "Yes." "You were worried?" "No." He felt himself put quietly at a distance. So he took her up the hill to her new home, the shack beside his own, and George cooked her breakfast. When she had been served, Donnegan drew the big man to one side. "She's your mistress," said Donnegan. "Everything you do for her is worth 2 things you do for me. Watch her as if she were in your eye, and if a hair on her head is ever harmed. You see that fire burning yonder? The bed of coals?" "Sir?" "I'll catch you and make a fire like that and feed you into it by inches." And the pale face of Donnegan became for an instant the face of a demon. George Washington Green saw and never forgot. Afterward, in order that he might think, Donnegan got on one of the horses he had taken from Godwin and rode over the hills. They were both leggy chestnuts with surprising signs of blood, and all the earmarks of sprinters. But in Godwin's trade, sharp getaways were probably often necessary. The pleasure he took in the action of the animal kept him from getting into his problem. How to startle the corner, how to follow up the opening gun which he had fired at the expense of Gloucester and the 3 miners. He broke off later in the day to write a letter to Colonel Macon, informing him that Jack Landis was tied hard and fast by Nelly Lebrun, and that for the present nothing could be done except wait, unless the colonel had suggestions to offer. The thought of the colonel, however, stimulated Donnegan, and before mid-afternoon he had thought of a thing to do. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The bar in Milligan's was not nearly so pretentious an affair as the bar in Lebrun's, but it was of a far higher class. Milligan had even managed to bring in a few bottles of wine, and he had dispensed cheap claret at $2 a glass when the miners wished to celebrate a rare occasion. There were complaints, not of the taste, but of the lack of strength, so Milligan fortified his liquor with pure alcohol, and after that the claret went like a sweet song in the corner. Among other things, he sold mint juleps, and it was the memory of the big sign proclaiming this fact that furnished Donnegan with his idea. He had George Washington Green put on his town clothes, a riding suit in which Godwin had had him dress for the sake of formal occasions. Resplendent in black boots, yellow riding breeches, and blue silk shirt, the big man came before Donnegan for instructions. "Go down to Milligan's," said the master. "They don't allow colored people to enter the door, but you go to the door and start for the bar. They won't let you go very far. When they stop you, tell them you come from Donnegan, and that you have to get me some mint for a julep. Insist. The bouncer will start to throw you out." George showed his teeth. "No fighting back. Don't lift your hand. When you find that you can't get in, come back here. Now ride." So George mounted the horse and went. Straight to Milligan's he rode and dismounted, and half of the corner's scant daytime population came into the street to see the brilliant horseman pass. Scar-faced Lewis met the big man at the door, and size meant little to Andy except as an easier target. "Well, confound my soul," said Lewis, blocking the way. "A Negro in Milligan's. Get out." But George did not move. "I've been sent, mister," he said mildly. I've been sent for enough mint to make a julep." "You've been sent to the wrong place," declared Andy, hitching at his cartridge belt. "Ain't you seen that sign?" And he pointed to the one which eliminated colored patrons. "Signs don't mean nothing to my boss," said George. "Who's he?" "Donnegan." "And who's Donnegan?" It puzzled George. He scratched his head in bewilderment, seeking for an explanation. "Donnegan is Donnegan," he explained. "I heard Gloster talk about him," offered someone in the rapidly growing group. "He's the gent that rented the 2 places on the hill." "Tell him to come himself," said Andy Lewis. "We don't play no favorites at Milligan's." "Mister," said Big George, "I don't want to bring no trouble on this here place, but don't make me go back and bring Donnegan." Even Andy Lewis was staggered by this assurance. "Rules is rules," he finally decided, and out you go. Big George stepped from the doorway and mounted his horse. "I call on all you gentlemen," he said to the assembled group, "to say that I done tried my best to do this peaceable. It ain't me that sent for Donnegan. It's him." He rode away, leaving scar-faced Lewis biting his long mustaches in anxiety. He was not exactly afraid, but he waited in the suspense which comes before a battle. Moreover, an audience was gathering. The word went about as only a rumor of mischief can travel. New men had gathered. The few day gamblers tumbled out of LeBron's across the street to watch the fun. The storekeepers were in their doors. LeBron himself, withered and dark and yellow of eye, came to watch. And here and there, through the crowd, there was a spot of color where the women of the town appeared, and among others Nellie LeBron, with Jack Landis beside her. On the whole, it was not a large crowd, but what it lacked in size it made up in intense interest. For though the corner had had its share of troubles of fist and gun, most of them were entirely impromptu affairs. Here was a fight in the offing for which the stage was set, the actors set in full view of a conveniently posted audience, and all the suspense of a curtain rising. The waiting bore in upon Andy Lewis. Without a doubt, he intended to kill his man neatly and with dispatch, but the possibility of missing before such a crowd as this sent a chill up and down his spine. If he failed now, his name would be a sign for laughter ever after in the corner. A hum passed down the street. It rose to a chuckle, and then fell away to sudden silence, for Donnegan was coming. He came on a prancing chestnut horse, which sidled uneasily on a weaving course, as though it wished to show off for the benefit of the rider and the crowd at once. It was a hot afternoon, and Donnegan's linen riding suit shone an immaculate white. He came straight down the street, as unaware of the audience which awaited him as though he rode in a park where crowds were the common thing. Behind him came George Green, just a careful length back. Rumor went before the two with a whisper on either side. "That's Donnegan. There he comes." "Who's Donnegan?" "Gloster's man. The one who bluffed out Gloster and 3 others. He pulled a shooting iron and trimmed the whiskers off of one of 'em with a chunk of lead." "Do you mean that?" "What's that kind of gent doing in the corner?" "Come to buy, I guess. He looks like money." "Looks like a confounded dude." "We'll see his hand in a minute." Donnegan was now opposite the dance hall, and Andy Lewis had his hand touching the butt of his gun. But though Donnegan was looking straight at him, he kept his reins in one hand and his heavy riding crop in the other. And without a move toward his own gun, he rode straight up to the door of the dance hall, with Andy in front of it. George drew rein behind him and turned upon the crowd one broad, superior grin, as who should say, "I promised you lightning. Now watch it strike." If the crowd had been expectant before, it was now reduced to wire-drawn tenseness. "Are you the fellow who turned back my man?" asked Donnegan. His quiet voice fell coldly upon the soul of Andy. He strove to warm himself by an outbreak of temper. "There ain't any poor fool dude can call me a fellow," he shouted. The crowd blinked, but when it opened its eyes the gunplay had not occurred. The hand of Andy was relaxing from the butt of his gun, and an expression of astonishment and contempt was growing upon his face. "I haven't come to curse you," said the rider, still occupying his hands with crop and reins. "I've come to ask you a question and get an answer. Are you the fellow who turned back my man?" "I guess you ain't the kind I was expecting to call on me," drawled Andy, his fear gone, and he winked at the crowd. But the others were not yet ready to laugh. Something about the calm face of Donnegan had impressed them. "Sure, I'm the one that kicked him out. He ain't allowed in there." "It's the last of my thoughts to break in upon a convention in your city," replied the grave rider. "But my man was sent on an errand, and therefore he had a right to expect courtesy. George, get off your horse and go into Milligan's place. I want that mint." For a moment Andy was too stunned to answer. Then his voice came harshly as he swayed from side to side, gathering and summoning his wrath. "Keep out, boy, keep out, or you're buzzard meat. I'm warning." For the first time his glance left the rider to find George, and that instant was fatal. The hand of Donnegan licked out as a snake's tongue darts. The loaded quirt slipped over in his hand, and holding it by the lash, he brought the butt of it thudding down on the head of Andy. Even then the instinct to fight remained in the stunned man. While he fell, he was drawing his revolver. He lay in a crumpling heap at the feet of Donnegan's horse, with the revolver shoved muzzle first into the sand. Donnegan's voice did not rise. "Go in and get that mint, George," he ordered, "and hurry. This rascal has kept me waiting until I'm thirsty." But George hesitated only one instant. It was to sweep to the crowd for the second time with his confident grin. And then he strolled through the door of the dance hall. As for Donnegan, his only movement was to swing his horse around and shift riding crop and reins into the grip of his left hand. His other hand was dropped carelessly upon his hip. Now, both these things were very simple maneuvers, but the corner noted that his change of face had enabled Donnegan to bring the crowd under his eyes, and that his right hand was now ready for a more serious bit of work, if need be. Moreover, he was probing faces with his glance, and every armed man in that group felt that the eye of the rider was directed particularly toward him. There had been one brief murmur. Then the silence lay heavily again, for it was seen that Andy had been only slightly stunned, knocked out as a boxer might be. Now his sturdy brains were clearing. His body stiffened into a human semblance once more. He fumbled, found the butt of his gun with his first move. He pushed his hat straight, and in so doing he raked the welt which the blow had left on his head. The pain finished clearing the mist from his mind. In an instant he was on his feet, maddened with shame. He saw the semicircle of white faces, and the whole episode flashed back on him. He had been knocked down like a dog. For a moment he looked into the blank faces of the crowd. Someone noted that there was no gun strapped at the side of Donnegan. A voice shouted a warning. "Stop, Lewis. The dude ain't got a gun. It's murder." It was now that Lewis saw Donnegan sitting the saddle directly behind him, and he whirled with a moan of fury. It was a twist of his body in his eagerness rather than a turning of his feet, and he was half around before the rider moved. Then he conjured a gun from somewhere in his clothes. There was the flash of steel, an explosion, and scar-faced Lewis was on his knees with a scream of pain, holding his right forearm with his left hand. The crowd hesitated still for a second, as though it feared to interfere, but Donnegan had already put up his weapon. A wave of the curious spectators rushed across the street and gathered around the injured man. They found that he had been shot through the fleshy part of the thumb, and the bullet, ranging down the arm, had sliced a furrow to the bone all the way to the elbow. It was a grisly wound. Big George Washington Green came running to the door of the dance hall with a sprig of something green in his hand. One glance assured him that all was well, and once more that wide, confident grin spread upon his face. He came to the master and offered the mint, and Donnegan, raising it to his face, inhaled the scent deeply. "Good," he said. "And now for a julep. George, let's go home." Across the street a dark-eyed girl had clasped the arm of her companion in hysterical excitement. "Did you see?" she asked of her tall companion. "I saw a murderer shoot down a man. He ought to be hung for it." "But the mint. Did you see him smile over it? Oh, what a devil he is, and what a man!" Jack Landis flashed a glance of suspicion down at her, but her dancing eyes had quite forgotten him. They were following the progress of Donnegan down the street. He rode slowly, and George kept that formal distance, just a length behind. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Before Milligan's, the crowd began to buzz like murmuring hornets around a nest that has been tapped, when they pour out and cannot find the disturber. It was a rather helpless milling around the wounded man, and Nellie Lebrun was the one who worked her way through the crowd and came to Andy Lewis. She did not like Andy. She had been known to refer to him as a cowardly hawk of a man, but now she bullied the crowd in a shrill voice and made them bring water and cloth. Then she cleansed and bandaged the wound in Andy Lewis's arm, and had some of them take him away. By this time the outskirts of the crowd had melted away, but those who had really seen all parts of the little drama remained to talk. The subject was a real one. Had Donnegan aimed at the hand of Andy and risked his own life on his ability to disable the other without killing him? Or had he fired at Lewis's body and struck the hand and arm only by a random lucky chance? If the second were the case, he was only a fair shot with plenty of nerve and a great deal of luck. If the first were true, then this was a nerve of ice-tempered steel, an eye vulture sharp, and a hand miraculous, fast, and certain. To strike that swinging hand with a snapshot when a miss meant a bullet fired at his own body at deadly short range, truly it would take a credulous man to believe that Donnegan had coldly planned to disable his man without killing him. "A murderer by intention!" exclaimed Milligan. He had hunted long and hard before he found a man with a face like that of Lewis, capable of maintaining order by a glance, and now he wanted revenge. "A murder by intention!" he cried to the crowd, standing beside the place where the imprint of Andy's knees was still in the sand. And like a murderer he ought to be treated. He aimed to kill Andy. He had luck and only broke his hand. Now, boys, I say it ain't so much what he's done as the way he's done it. He's given us the laugh. He's come in here in his dude clothes and tried to walk over us. But it don't work, not in the Corner. If Andy was dead, I'd say lynch the dude. But he ain't, and all I say is run him out of town." Here there was a brief outburst of applause, but when it ended it was observed that there was a slow, soft laughter. The crowd gave way between Milligan and the mocker. It was seen that he who laughed was old Lebrun, rubbing his olive-skinned hands together and showing his teeth in his mirth. There was no love lost between Lebrun and Milligan, even if Nellie was often in the dance hall and the center of its merriment. "It takes a thief to catch a thief," said Lebrun enigmatically, when he saw that he had the ear of the crowd, "and it takes a man to catch a man." "What the devil do you mean by that?" a dozen voices asked. "I mean that if you've got men enough to run out this man Donnegan, the Corner is a better town than I think." It brought a growl, but no answer. Lebrun had never been seen to lift his hand, but he was more dreaded than a rattler. "We'll try," said Milligan dryly. "I ain't much of a man myself." There were dark rumors about Milligan's past, and the crowd chuckled at this modesty. "But I'll try my hand agin him with a bit of backing. And first I want to tell you boys that there ain't any danger of him having aimed at Andy's hand. I tell you it ain't possible. Hardly for him to have planned to hit a swinging target like that. Maybe some could do it. I don't know." "How about Lord Nick?" "Sure, Lord Nick might do anything, but Donnegan ain't Lord Nick. Not by 20 pounds and 3 inches. This brought a laugh. And by comparison with the terrible and familiar name of Lord Nick, Donnegan became a smaller danger. Besides, as Milligan said, it was undoubtedly luck. And when he called for volunteers, 3 or 4 stepped up at once. The others made a general milling, as though each were trying to get forward and each were prevented by the crowd in front. But in the background, big Jack Landis was seriously trying to get to the firing line. He was encumbered with the clinging weight of Nelly Lebrun. "Don't go, Jack," she pleaded. "Please, please, be sensible, for my sake." But she backed this appeal with a lifting of her eyes and a parting of her lips, and Jack Landis paused. "You won't go, dear Jack?" Now Jack knew perfectly well that the girl was only half sincere. It is the peculiar fate of men that they always know when a woman is playing with them, but from Samson down they always go to the slaughter with open eyes, hoping each moment that the girl has been seriously impressed at last. As for Jack Landis, his slow mind did not readily get under the surface of the arts of Nelly, but he knew that there was at least a tinge of real concern in the girl's desire to keep him from the posse which Milligan was raising. "But there's something about him that I don't like, Nelly. Something sort of familiar that I don't like." For naturally enough he did not recognize the transformed Donnegan, and the name he had never heard before. "A gunfighter, that's what he is." "Why, Jack, sometimes they call you the same thing. Say that you hunt for trouble now and then." "Do they say that?" asked the young chap quickly, flushing with vanity. "Oh, I aim to take care of myself, and I'd like to take a hand with this murdering Donnegan." "Jack, listen. Don't go. Keep away from him." "Why do you look like that? As if I was a dead one already." "I tell you, Jack, he'd kill you." Something in her terrible assurance whitened the cheeks of Landis, but he was also angered. When a very young man becomes both afraid and angry, he is apt to be dangerous. "What do you know of him?" he asked suspiciously. "You silly! But I saw his face when he lifted that mint. He had already forgotten about the man he had just shot down. He was thinking of nothing but the scent of the mint. And did you notice his giant servant? He never had a moment's doubt of Donnegan's ability to handle the entire crowd. I tell you, it gave me a chill of ghosts to see that big black fellow's eyes. He knew that Donnegan would win, and Donnegan won. Jack, you're a big man, and a strong man, and a brave man, and we all know it. But don't be foolish. Stay away from Donnegan." He wavered just an instant. If she could have sustained her pleading gaze a moment longer, she would have won him. But at the critical instant her gaze became distant. She was seeing the calm face of Donnegan as he raised the mint, and as though he understood, Jack Landis hardened. "I'm glad you don't want me shot up, Nelly," he said coldly. "Mighty good of you to watch out for me. But I'm going to run this Donnegan out of town." "He never harmed you. Why?" "I don't like his looks. For a man like me, that's enough." And he strode away toward Milligan. He was greeted by a cheer just as the girl reached the side of her father. "Jack is going," she said. "Make him come back." But the old man was still rubbing his hands. There seemed to be a perpetual chill in the tips of his fingers. "He is a jackass. The moment I first saw his face I knew that he was meant for gun fodder, buzzard food. Let him go. Bah!" The girl shivered. "And then the mines?" she asked, changing her tactics. Ah, yes, the mines. But leave that to Lord Nick. He'll handle it well enough. So Jack Landis strode up the hill first and foremost of the 6 stalwart men who wished to correct the stranger's apparent misunderstandings of the status of the corner. They were each armed to the teeth, and each provided with enough bullets to disturb a small city. All this in honor of Donnegan. They found the shack wrapped in the warm, mellow light of the late afternoon, and on a flat-topped rock outside it Big George sat whittling a stick into a grotesque imitation of a snake coiled. He did not rise when the posse approached. He merely rocked back upon the rock, embraced his knees in both of his enormous arms, and, in a word, transformed himself into a round ball of mirth. But having hugged away his laughter, he was able to convert his joy into a vast grin. The smile stopped the posse. When a mob starts for a scene of violence, the least exhibition of fear incenses it, but mockery is apt to pour water on its flames of anger. Decidedly the fury of the posse was chilled by the grin of George. Milligan, who had lived south of the Mason-Dixon line, stepped up to impress George properly. "Boy," he said, frowning, "go in and tell your man that we've come for him. Tell him to step right out here and get ready to talk. We don't mean him no harm, less'n he can't explain 1 or 2 things. Hop along." The boy did not stir. Only he shifted his eyes from face to face, and his grin broadened. Ripples of mirth waved along his chest and convulsed his face, but still he did not laugh. "Go in and tell them things to Donnegan," he said, "but don't ask me to wake him up. He's sleeping sound and fast. Like a baby, mostly. He sleeps every day to get rested up for the night. Now, can't you all wait until Donnegan wakes up tonight? No? Then step right in, gentlemen. But if you all set on waking him up now, George will just step over the hill, because he don't want to be near the explosion." At this he allowed his mirth free rein. His laughter shook up to his throat, to his enormous mouth. It rolled and bellowed across the hillside, and the posse stood, each man in his place, and looked frigidly upon one another. But having been laughed at, they felt it necessary to go on, and do or die. So they strode across the hill and were almost to the door when another phenomenon occurred. A girl in a cheap calico dress of blue was seen to run out of a neighboring shack and spring up before the door of Donnegan's hut. When she faced the crowd, it stopped again. The soft wind was blowing the blue dress into lovely, long, curving lines. About her throat a white collar of some sheer stuff was being lifted in waves, or curling against her cheek, and the golden hair in disorder was tousled low upon her forehead. Whirling thus upon the crowd, she shook them to a pause with her parted lips, her flare of delicate color. "Have you come here," she cried, for Donnegan?" "Lady," began someone, and then looked about for Jack Landis, who was considered quite a hand with the ladies. But Jack Landis was discovered fading out of view down the hillside. One glance at that blue dress had quite routed him, for now he remembered the red-haired man who had escorted Lou Macon to the corner, and the colonel's singular trust in this fellow. It explained much, and he fled before he should be noticed. Before the spokesman could continue his speech, the girl had whipped inside the door, and the posse was dumbfounded. Milligan saw that the advance was ruined. "Boys," he said, "we came to fight a man, not to storm a house with a woman in it. Let's go back. We'll tend to Donnegan later on." "We'll drill him clean," muttered the others furiously, and straightway the posse departed down the hill. But inside the girl had found, to her astonishment, that Donnegan was stretched upon his bunk, wrapped again in the silken dressing-gown, and with a smile upon his lips. He looked much younger as he slept, and perhaps it was this that made the girl steal forward upon tiptoe and touch his shoulder so gently. He was up on his feet in an instant. Alas, vanity, vanity! Donnegan in shoes was one thing, for his shoes were of a particular kind, but Donnegan in his slippers was a full 2 inches shorter. He was hardly taller than the girl. He was, if the bitter truth must be known, almost a small man, and Donnegan was furious at having been found by her in such careless attire, and without those dignity-building shoes. First he wanted to cut the throat of Big George. "What have you done? What have you done?" cried the girl in one of those heart-piercing whispers of fear. "They have come for you, a whole crowd of armed men. They're outside the door. What have you done? It was something done for me, I know." Donnegan suddenly transferred his wrath from Big George to the mob. "Outside my door?" he asked, and as he spoke he slipped on a belt at which a heavy holster tugged down on one side, and buckled it around him. "Oh, no, no, no!" she pleaded, and caught him in her arms. Donnegan allowed her to stop him with that soft power for a moment, until his face went white, as if with pain. Then he adroitly gathered both of her wrists into one of his bony hands, and having rendered her powerless, he slipped by her and cast open the door. It was an empty scene upon which he looked, with Big George rocking back and forth upon a rock, convulsed with silent laughter. Donnegan looked sternly at the girl and swallowed. He was fearfully susceptible to mockery. "There seems to have been a jest," he said. But she lifted him a happy, tearful face. "And thank heaven," she cried gently. Oddly enough, Donnegan at this set his teeth and turned upon his heel, and the girl stole out of the door again and closed it softly behind her. As a matter of fact, not even the terrible colonel inspired in her quite the fear which Donnegan instilled. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Big Landis lost his nerve and sidestepped at the last minute, and then the whole gang faded. This was the way the rumors of the affair always ended at each repetition in Lebrun's and Milligan's that night. The Corner had had many things to talk about during its brief existence, but nothing to compare with a man who entered a shooting scrape with such a fellow as Scar-faced Lewis, all for the sake of a spray of mint. And the main topic of conversation was, did Donnegan aim at the body or at the hand of the bouncer? On the whole, it was an excellent thing for Milligan's. The place was fairly well crowded, with a few vacant tables, for everyone wanted to hear Milligan's version of the affair. He had a short and vigorous one, trimmed with neat oaths. It was all the girl in the blue calico dress, according to him. The posse couldn't storm a house with a woman in it, or even conduct a proper lynching in her presence. And no one was able to smile when Milligan said this. Neither was anyone nervy enough to question the courage of Landis. It looked strange, that sudden flight of his, but then he was a proven man. Everyone remembered the affair of Lester. It had been a clean-cut fight, and Jack Landis had won cleanly on his merits. Nevertheless, some of the whispers had not failed to come to the big man, and his brow was black. The most terribly heartless and selfish passion of all is shame in a young man. To repay the sidelong glances which he met on every side, Jack Landis would have willingly crowded every living soul in the Corner into one house and touched a match to it. And chiefly because he felt the injustice of the suspicion. He had no fear of Donnegan. He had a theory that little men had little souls. Not that he ever formulated the theory in words, but he vaguely felt it and adhered to it. He had more fear of one man of 6'2" than a dozen under 5'10". He reserved in his heart of hearts a place of awe for one man whom he had never seen. That was for Lord Nick, for that celebrated character was said to be as tall and as finely built as Jack Landis himself. But as for Donnegan, Landis wished there were 3 Donnegans instead of 1. Tonight his cue was surly silence, for Nelly Lebrun had been warned by her father and she was making desperate efforts to recover any ground she might have lost. Besides, to lose Jack Landis would be to lose the most spectacular fellow in the corner, to say nothing of the one who held the largest and the choicest of the mines. The blond good looks of Landis made a perfect background for her dark beauty. With all these stakes to play for, Nelly outdid herself. If she were attractive enough ordinarily, when she exerted herself to fascinate, Nelly was intoxicating. What chance had poor Jack Landis against her? He did not call for her that night, but went to play gloomily at Lebrun's until Nelly walked into Lebrun's and drew him away from a table. Half an hour later she had him whirling through a dance in Milligan's, and had danced the gloom out of his mind for the moment. Before the evening was well under way, Landis was making love to her openly, and Nelly was in the position of one who had roused the bear. It was a dangerous flirtation, and it was growing clumsy. In any place other than the corner it would have been embarrassing long ago, and when Jack Landis, after a dance, put his one big hand over both of Nelly's and held her moveless while he poured out a passionate declaration, Nelly realized that something must be done. Just what, she could not tell. And it was at this very moment that a wave of silence, beginning at the door, rushed across Milligan's dance floor. It stopped the bartenders in the act of mixing drinks. It put the musicians out of key, and in the midst of a waltz phrase they broke down and came to a discordant pause. What was it? The men faced the door, wondering, and then the swift rumor passed from lip to lip, almost from eye to eye, so rapidly it sped. Donnegan is coming, Donnegan, and Big George with him. Someone tell Milligan. But Milligan had already heard. He was back of the bar giving directions. Guns were actually unlimbering. What would happen? "Shall I get you out of this, Landis?" asked the girl. "Leave now?" She laughed fiercely and silently. "I'm just beginning to live." "Miss Donnegan in action? No, sir." She would have given a good deal to retract that sentence, for it washed the face of Landis white with jealousy. Surely Donnegan had built greater than he knew. And suddenly he was there in the midst of the house. No one had stopped him. At least, no one had interfered with his servant. Big George had on a white suit and a dappled green necktie. He stood directly behind his master and made him look like a small boy. For Donnegan was in black, and he had a white neckcloth wrapped as high and stiffly as an old-fashioned stock. Altogether he was a queer, drab figure compared with the brilliant Donnegan of that afternoon. He looked older, more weary. His lean face was pale, and his hair flamed with redoubled ardor on that account. Never was hair as red as that, not even the hair of Lord Nick, said the people in Milligan's this night. He was perfectly calm even in the midst of that deadly silence. He stood looking about him. He saw Gloster, the real estate man, and bowed to him deliberately. For some reason that drew a gasp. Then he observed the table, which was apparently to his fancy, and crossed the floor with a light, noiseless step, Big George padding heavily behind him. At the little round table he waited until George had drawn out the chair for him, and then he sat down. He folded his arms lightly upon his breast and once more surveyed the scene, and Big George drew himself up behind Donnegan. Just once his eyes rolled and flashed savagely in delight at the sensation that they were making. Then the face of George was once again impassive. If Donnegan had not carried it off with a certain air, the whole entrance would have seemed decidedly stagey. But the corner, as it was, found much to wonder at and little to criticize. And in the West, grown men are as shrewd judges of affection as children are in other places. "Putting on a lot of style, huh?" said Jack Landis. And with fierce intensity he watched the face of Nelly Lebrun. For once she was unguarded. "He's superb!" she exclaimed. "The big fellow is going to bring a drink for him." She looked up, surprised by the silence of Landis, and found that his face was actually yellow. "I'll tell you something. Do you remember that little red-headed tramp who came in here the other night and spoke to me?" "Very well. You seem to be bothered." "Maybe. I don't know. But that's the man. The one who's sitting over there now, all dressed up. The man the Corner is talking about. Donnegan. A tramp." She caught her breath. "Is that the one?" A pause. "Well, I believe it is. He's capable of anything." "I think you like him all the better for knowing that." "Jack, you're angry." "Why should I be? I hate to see you fooled by the bluff of a tramp, though." "Tush, do you think I'm fooled by it? But it's an interesting bluff, Jack, don't you think?" "Nellie, he's interesting enough to make you blush, by heaven. The hound is looking right at you now, Nellie." He had pressed her suddenly against the wall, and she struck back desperately in self-defense. "By the way, what did he want to see you about?" It spiked the guns of Landis for the time being at least, and the girl followed by striving to prove that her interest in Donnegan was purely impersonal. "He's clever," she ran on, not daring to look at the set face of her companion. "See how he fails to notice that he's making a sensation. You'd think he was in a big restaurant in a city. He takes the drink off the tray from that fellow as if it were a common thing to be waited on by a body servant in the Corner. Jack, I'll wager that there's something crooked about him. A professional gambler, say." Jack Landis thawed a little under this careless chatter. He still did not quite trust her. "Do you know what they're whispering? That I was afraid to face him." She tilted her head back so that the light gleamed on her young throat, and she broke into laughter. "Why, Jack, that's foolish. You proved yourself when you first came to the Corner. Maybe some of the newcomers may have said something, but all the old-timers know you had some different reason for leaving the rest of them. By the way, what was that reason?" She sent a keen little glance at him from the corner of her eyes, but the moment she saw that he was embarrassed and at sea because of the query, she instantly slipped into a fresh tide of careless chatter and covered up his confusion for him. "See how the girls are making eyes at him?" "I'll tell you why," Jack replied. "A girl likes to be with a man who's making the town talk." He added pointedly, "Oh, I found that out." She shrugged that comment away. "He isn't paying the slightest attention to any of them," she murmured. "He's queer. Has he just come here hunting trouble?" End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It should be understood that before this the men in Milligan's had reached a subtlety unspoken agreement that red-haired Donnegan was not one of them. In a word, they did not like him because he made a mystery of himself, and also because he was different. Yet there was a growing feeling that the shooting of Lewis through the hand had not been an accident, for the whole demeanor of Donnegan composed the action of a man who is a professional troublemaker. There was no reason why he should go to Milligan's and take a servant with him unless he wished to fight, and why a man should wish to fight the entire Corner was something no one could guess. That he should have done all this merely to focus all eyes upon him, and particularly the eyes of a girl, did not occur to anyone. It looked rather like the bravado of a man who lived for the sake of fighting. Now, men who hunt trouble in the mountain desert generally find all that they may desire. But for the time being everyone held back, wolfishly, waiting for another to take the first step toward Donnegan. Indeed, there was an unspoken conviction that the man who took the first step would probably not live to take another. In the meantime, both men and women gave Donnegan the lion's share of their attention. There was only one who was clever enough to conceal it, and that one was the pair of eyes to which the red-haired man was playing, Nellie Lebrun. She confined herself strictly to Jack Landis. So it was that when Milligan announced the tag dance and the couple swirled onto the floor gaily, Donnegan decided to take matters into his own hands and offer the first overt act. It was clumsy. He did not like it, but he hated this delay, and he knew that every moment he stayed on there with Big George behind the chair was another red flag flaunted in the face of the corner. He saw the men who had no girl with them brighten at the announcement of the tag dance, and when the dance began, he saw the prettiest girls tagged quickly, one after the other, all except Nelly Lebrun. She swung securely around the circle in the big arms of Jack Landis. She seemed to be set apart and protected from the common touch by his size and by his formidable, challenging eye. Donnegan felt as never before the unassailable position of this fellow, not only from his own fighting qualities, but because he had behind him the whole unfathomable power of Lord Nick and his gang. Nelly approached in the arms of Landis in making the first circle of the dance floor. Her eyes, grown dull as she surrendered herself wholly to the rhythm of the waltz, saw nothing. They were blank as unlighted charcoal. She came opposite Donnegan. Her back was toward him. She swung in the arms of Landis, and then, past the shoulder of her partner, she flashed a glance at Donnegan. The spark had fallen on the charcoal, and her eyes were aflame to Donnegan. The next instant the veil had dropped across her face once more. She was carried on, leaving Donnegan tingling. A wise man upon whom that look had fallen might have seen, not Nelly Lebrun in the cheap dance hall, but Helen of Sparta and all of Troy's dead. But Donnegan was clever, not wise, and he saw only Nelly Lebrun and the broad shoulders of Jack Landis. Let the critic deal gently with Donnegan. He loved Lou Macon with all his heart and his soul, and yet because another beautiful girl had looked at him, there he sat at his table with his jaw set and the devil in his eye. And while she and Landis were whirling through the next circumference of the room, Donnegan was seeing all sides of the problem. If he tagged Landis, it would be casting the glove in the face of the big man, and in the face of old Lebrun, and in the face of that mysterious and evil power, Lord Nick himself. And consider that besides these he had already insulted all of the corner. Why not let things go on as they were? Suppose he were to allow Landis to plunge deeper into his infatuation. Suppose he were to bring Lou Macon to this place and let her see Landis sitting with Nelly, making love to her with every tone in his voice, every light in his eye. Would that not cure Lou? And would that not open the door to Donnegan? And remember, in considering how Donnegan was tempted, that he was not a conscientious man. He was in fact what he seemed to be, a wanderer, a careless vagrant, living by his wits. For all this, he had been touched by the divine fire, a love that is greater than self. And the more deeply he hated Landis, the more profoundly he determined that he should be discarded by Nelly and forced back to Lou Macon. In the meantime, Nelly and Jack were coming again. They were close, they were passing, and this time her eye had no spark for Donnegan. Yet he rose from his table, reached the floor with a few steps, and touched Landis lightly on the shoulder. The challenge was past. Landis stopped abruptly and turned his head. His face showed merely dull astonishment. The current of the dancers split and washed past on either side of the motionless trio, and on every face there was a glittering curiosity. What would Landis do? Nothing. He was too stupefied to act. He, Jack Landis, had actually been tagged while he was dancing with a woman which all the corner knew to be his girl. And before his befogged senses cleared, the girl was in the arms of the red-haired man and was lost in the crowd. What a buzz went around the room! For a moment Landis could no more move than he could think. Then he sent a sullen glance toward the girl and retreated to their table. The childish sullenness clouded his face while he sat there. Only one decision came clearly to him. He must kill Donnegan. In the meantime, people noted two things. The first was that Donnegan danced very well with Nellie Lebrun, and his red hair beside the silken black of the girl's was a startling contrast. It was not a common red. It flamed, as though with phosphoric properties of its own. But they danced well, and the eyes of both of them were gleaming. Another thing, men did not tag Donnegan any more than they had offered to tag Landis. One or two slipped out from the outskirts of the floor, but something in the face of Donnegan discouraged them and made them turn elsewhere, as though they had never started for Nellie Lebrun in the first place. Indeed, to a 2-year-old child, it would have been apparent that Nellie and the red-headed chap were interested in each other. As a matter of fact, they did not speak a single syllable until they had gone around the floor one complete turn, and the dance was coming toward an end. It was he who spoke first, gloomily. "I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have tagged him." At this she drew back a little so that she could meet his eyes. "Why not?" "The whole crew will be on my trail." "What crew?" "Beginning with Lord Nick." This shook her completely out of the thrall of the dance. "Lord Nick? What makes you think that?" "I know he's thick with Landis. It'll mean trouble." He was so simple about it that she began to laugh. It was not such a voice as Lou Macon's. It was high and light, and one could suspect that it might become shrill under a stress. "And yet it looks as though you've been hunting trouble," she said. "I couldn't help it," said Donnegan naively. It was a very subtle flattery, this frankness from a man who had puzzled all the Corner. Nellie Lebrun felt that she was about to look behind the scenes, and she tingled with delight. "Tell me," she said, "why not?" "Well," said Donnegan, "I had to make a noise because I wanted to be noticed." She glanced about her. Every eye was upon them. "You've made your point," she murmured. "The whole town is talking of nothing else." "I don't care an ounce of lead about the rest of the town." "Then—" She stopped abruptly, seeing toward what he was tending, and the heart of Nellie Lebrun fluttered for the first time in many a month. She believed him implicitly. It was for her sake that he had made all this commotion, to draw her attention. For every lovely girl, no matter how cool-headed, has a foolish belief in the power of her beauty. As a matter of fact, Donnegan had told her the truth. It had been all to win her attention, from the fight for the mint to the tagging for the dance. How could she dream that it sprang out of any other than a wild devotion to her? And while Donnegan coldly calculated every effect, Nellie Lebrun began to see in him the man of a dream, a spirit out of a dead age, a soul of knightly, reckless chivalry. In that small confession he cast a halo about himself which no other hand could ever remove entirely so far as Nellie Lebrun was concerned. "You understand?" he was saying quietly. She countered with a question as direct as his confession. "What are you, Mr. Donnegan?" "A wanderer," said Donnegan instantly, "and an avoider of work." At that they laughed together. The strain was broken, and in its place there was a mutual excitement. She saw Landis in the distance, watching their laughter, with a face contorted with anger, but it only increased her unreasoning happiness. "Mr. Donnegan, let me give you friendly advice. I like you. I know you have courage. I saw you meet Scar-faced Lewis. But if I were you, I'd leave the Corner tonight and never come back. You've set every man against you. You've stepped on the toes of Landis, and he's a big man here. And even if you were to prove too much for Jack, you'd come against Lord Nick, as you say yourself. Do you know Nick? No? Then, Mr. Donnegan, leave the Corner." The music, ending, left them face to face as he dropped his arm from about her, and she could appreciate now for the first time that he was smaller than he had seemed at a distance, or while he was dancing. He seemed a frail figure indeed to face the entire bandit Corner and Lord Nick. "Don't you see," said Donnegan, "that I can't stop now?" There was a double meaning that sent her color flaring. He added in a low, tense voice, I've gone too far. Besides, I'm beginning to hope." She paused, then made a little gesture of abandon. "Then stay, stay," she whispered, with eyes on fire. "And good luck to you, Mr. Donnegan." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As they went back toward Nellie's table, where Jack Landis was trying to appear carelessly at ease, the face of Donnegan was pale. One might have thought that excitement and fear caused his pallor, but as a matter of fact, it was in him an unfailing sign of happiness and success. Landis had manners enough to rise as they approached. He found himself being presented to the smaller man. He heard the cool, precise voice of Donnegan acknowledging the introduction, and then the red-headed man went back to his table, and Jack Landis was alone with Nellie Lebrun again. He scowled at her, and she tried to look repentant, but since she could not keep the dancing light out of her eyes, she compromised by looking steadfastly down at the table, which convinced Landis that she was thinking of her late partner. He made a great effort, swallowed, and was able to speak smoothly enough. "Looked as if you were having a pretty good time with that tramp." The color in her cheeks was anger. Landis took it for shame. "He dances beautifully," she replied. "Yeah, he's pretty smooth. Take a gent like that, it's hard for a girl to see through him." "Let's not talk about him, Jack." "All right. Is he going to dance with you again?" "I promised him the third dance after this." For a time Landis could not trust his voice. Then, "Kind of sorry about that, because I'll be going home before then." At this, she raised her eyes for the first time. He was astonished and a little horrified to see that she was not in the least flustered, but very angry. "You'll go home before I have a chance for that dance?" she asked. "You're acting like a 2-year-old, Jack. You are." He flushed. Burning would be too easy a death for Donnegan. "He's making a laughing stock out of me. Look around the room." "Nobody's thinking about you at all, Jack. You're just self-conscious." Of course it was pouring acid upon an open wound, but she was past the point of caution. "Maybe they ain't," said Landis, controlling his rage. "I don't figure that I amount to much, but I rate myself as high as a skunk like him." It may have been a smile that she gave him. At any rate, he caught the glint of teeth, and her eyes were as cold as steel points. If she had actually defended the stranger, she would not have infuriated Landis so much. "Well, what does he say about himself?" "He says frankly that he's a vagrant." "And you don't believe him?" She did not speak. "Making a play for sympathy. Confound a man like that, I say." Still she did not answer, and now Landis became alarmed. "Do you really like him, Nellie?" "I liked him well enough to introduce him to you, Jack." "I'm sorry I talk so plain, if you put it that way," he admitted heavily. "I didn't know you picked up friends so fast as all that." He could not avoid adding this last touch of the poison point. His back was to Donnegan, and consequently the girl facing him could look straight across the room at the red-headed man. She allowed herself one brief glance, and she saw that he was sitting with his elbow on the table, his chin in his hand, looking fixedly at her. It was the gaze of one who forgets all else and wraps himself in a dream. Other people in the room were noting that changeless stare, and the whisper buzzed more and more loudly, but Donnegan had forgotten the rest of the world, it seemed. It was a very cunning piece of acting, not too much overdone, and once more the heart of Nellie Lebrun fluttered. She remembered that in spite of his frankness, he had not talked with insolent presumption to her. He had merely answered her individual questions with an astonishing childlike frankness. He had laid his heart before her, it seemed, and now he sat at a distance, looking at her with the white, intense face of one who sees a dream. Nellie Lebrun was recalled by the heavy breathing of Jack Landis, and she discovered that she had allowed her eyes to rest too long on the red-headed stranger. She had forgotten. Her eyes had widened, and even Jack Landis was able to look into her mind and see things that startled him. For the first time he sensed that this was more than a careless flirtation, and he sat stiffly at the table, looking at her and through her with a fixed smile. Nellie, horrified, strove to cover her tracks. "You're right, Jack," she said. "I think there was something brazen in the way he tagged you, and let's go home together." Too late. The mind of Landis was not over sharp, but now jealousy gave it a point. He nodded his assent, and they got up, but there was no increase in his color. She read as plain as day in his face that he intended murder this night, and Nellie was truly frightened. So she tried different tactics. All the way to the substantial little house which Lebrun had built at a little distance from the gambling hall, she kept up a running fire of steady conversation. But when she said good night to him, his face was still set. She had not deceived him. When he turned, she saw him go back into the night with long strides. And within half an hour she knew, as clearly as if she were remembering the picture instead of foreseeing it, that Jack and Donnegan would face each other, gun in hand, on the floor of Milligan's dance hall. Still, she was not foolish enough to run after Jack, take his arm, and make a direct appeal. It would be too much like begging for Donnegan, and even if Jack forgave her for this interest in his rival, she had sense enough to feel that Donnegan himself never would. Something, however, must be done to prevent the fight, and she took the straightest course. She went as fast as a run would carry her, straight behind the intervening houses, and came to the back entrance to the gaming hall. There she entered, and stepped into the little office of her father. Black Lebrun was not there. She did not want him. In his place there sat the peddler and Joe Rix. They were members of Lord Nick's chosen crew, and since Nick's temporary alliance with Lebrun for the sake of plundering Jack Landis, Nick's men were Nellie's men. Indeed, this was a formidable pair. They were the kind of men about whom many whispers and no facts circulate, and yet the facts are far worse than the whispers. It was said that Joe Rix, who was a fat little man with a great aversion to a razor and a pair of shallow, pale blue eyes, was in reality a merciless fiend. He was, and he was more than that, if there be a stronger superlative. If Lord Nick had dirty work to be done, there was the man who did it with a relish. The peddler, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. He was long, lean, raw-boned, and prodigiously strong, in spite of his lack of flesh. He had vast hands, all loose skin and outstanding tendons. He had a fleshless face, over which his smile was capable of extending limitlessly. He was the sort of man from whom one would expect shrewdness, some cunning, stubbornness, a dry humor, and many principles, all of which, except the last, was true of the peddler. There was this peculiarity about the peddler. In spite of his broad grins and his wise, bright eyes, none, even of Lord Nick's gang, extended a friendship or familiarity toward him. When they spoke of the peddler, they never used his name. They referred to him as him, or they indicated him with gestures. If he had a fondness for any living creature, it was for fat Joe Rix. Yet on seeing this ominous pair, Nellie Lebrun cried out softly in delight. She ran to them, and dropped a hand on the bony shoulder of the peddler, and one on the plump shoulder of Joe Rix, whose loose flesh rolled under her fingertips. "It's Jack Landis," she cried. "He's gone to Milligan's to fight the new man. Stop him." "Donnegan?" said Joe, and did not rise. "Him," said the peddler, and moistened his broad lips like one on the verge of starvation. "Are you going to sit there?" she cried. "What will Lord Nick say if he finds out you've let Jack get into a fight?" "We ain't nursing mothers," declared the peddler. "But I'd kind of like to look on." And he rose, unkinking joint after joint, straightening his legs, his back, his shoulders, his neck. He soared up and up until he stood a prodigious height. The girl controlled a shudder of disgust. "Joe," she appealed.
"Do you want us to clean up Donnegan?" he asked, rising, but without interest in his voice.
To his surprise, she slipped back to the door and blocked it with her outcast arms. "Not a hair on his head," she said fiercely. "Swear that you won't harm him, boys." "What the devil!" ejaculated Joe, who was a blunt man in spite of his fat. "You want us to keep Jack from fighting, but you don't want us to hurt the other gent? What do you want? Hog-tie 'em both?" "Yes, yes. Keep Jack out of Milligan's, but for heaven's sakes, don't try to put a hand on Donnegan." "Why not?" "For your sakes. He'd kill you, Joe." At this they both gaped in unison, and as one man they drawled in vast admiration. Good heavens! "But go, go, go!" cried the girl, and she shoved them through the door and into the night. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To the people in Milligan's, it had been most incredible that Jack Landis should withdraw from a competition of any sort. And though the girls were able to understand his motives in taking Nellie Lebrun away, they were not able to explain this fully to their men companions. For one and all, they admitted that Jack was imperiling his hold on the girl in question if he allowed her to stay near this red-headed fiend. But one and all, they swore that Jack Landis had ruined himself with her by taking her away. And this was a paradox which made masculine heads in the corner spin. The main point was that Jack Landis had backed down before a rival, and this fact was stunning enough. Donnegan, however, was not confused. He sent Big George to ask Milligan to come to him for a moment. Milligan, at this, cursed George, but he was drawn by curiosity to consent. A moment later he was seated at Donnegan's table, drinking his own liquor as it was served to him from the hand of Big George. If the first emotions of the dance-hall proprietor were anger and intense curiosity, his second emotion was that never-failing surprise which all who came close to the wanderer felt. For he had that rare faculty of seeming larger when in action, even when actually near much bigger men. Only when one came close to Donnegan, one stepped, as it were, through a veil, and saw the almost fragile reality. When Milligan had caught his breath and adjusted himself, he began as follows. "Now, Bud," he said, "you've made a pretty play, not bad at all, but no more bluffs in Milligan's." "Bluff?" Donnegan repeated gently. "About your servant. I let it pass for one night, but not for another." "My dear Mr. Milligan, however," changing the subject easily, "what I wish to speak to you about is a bit of trouble which I foresee. I think, sir, that Jack Landis is coming back." "What makes you think that?" "It's a feeling I have. I have queer premonitions, Mr. Milligan. I'm sure he's coming back, and I'm sure he's going to attempt a murder." Milligan's thick lips framed his question, but he did not speak. Fear made his face ludicrous. "Right here?" "Yes." "A shooting scrape here? You?" "He has me in mind. That's why I'm speaking to you." "Don't wait to speak to me about it. Get up and get out." "Mr. Milligan, you're wrong. I'm going to stay here, and you're going to protect me." "Well, confound your soul. There ain't much nerve about you, is there?" "You run a public place. You have to protect your patrons from insult." "And who began it then? Who started walking on Jack's toes? Now you come whining to me. By heck, I hope Jack gets you." "You're a genial soul," said Donnegan. "Here's to you." But something in his smile as he sipped his liquor made Milligan sit straighter in his chair. As for Donnegan, he was thinking hard and fast. If there were a shooting affair and he won, he would nevertheless run a close chance of being hung by a mob. He must dispose that mob to look upon him as the defendant and Landis as the aggressor. He had not foreseen the crisis until it was fairly upon him. He had thought of Nellie playing Landis along more gradually and carefully, so that, while he was slowly learning that she was growing cold to him, he would have a chance to grow fond of Lou Macon once more. But even across the width of the room he had seen the girl fire up, and from that moment he knew the result. Landis already suspected him. Landis, with the feeling that he had been robbed, would do his best to kill the thief. He might take a chance with Landis if it came to a fight, just as he had taken a chance with Lewis. But how different this case would be. Landis was no dull-nerved ruffian and drunkard. He was a keen boy with a hair-trigger balance, and in a gunplay he would be apt to beat the best of them all. Of all this Donnegan was fully aware. Either he must place his own life in terrible hazard, or else he must shoot to kill. And if he killed, what of Lou Macon? While he smiled into the face of Milligan, perspiration was bursting out under his armpits. "Mr. Milligan, I implore you to give me your aid." "What's the difference?" Milligan asked in a changed tone. "If he don't fight you here, he'll fight you later." "You're wrong, Mr. Milligan. He isn't the sort to hold malice. He'll come here tonight and try to get at me like a bulldog straining on a leash. If he is kept away, he'll get over his bad temper." Milligan pushed back his chair. "You've tried to force yourself down the throat of the corner," he said, "and now you yell for help when you see the teeth." He had raised his voice. Now he got up and strolled noisily away. Donnegan waited until he was halfway across the dance floor and then rose in turn. "Gentlemen," he said. The quiet voice cut into every conversation. The musicians lowered their instruments. "I have just told Mr. Milligan that I am sure Jack Landis is coming back here to try to kill me. I have asked for his protection. He has refused it. I intend to stay here and wait for him, Jack Landis. In the meantime, I ask any able-bodied man who will do so to try to stop Landis when he enters." He sat down, raised his glass, and sipped the drink. 200 pairs of eyes were fastened with hawk-like intensity upon him, and they could perceive no quiver of his hand. The sipping of his liquor was not an affectation, for he was drinking, at incredible cost, liquors from Milligan's store of rarities. The effect of Donnegan's announcement was first a silence, then a hum, then loud voices of protest, curiosity, and finally a scurrying toward the doors. Yet really very few left. The rest valued a chance to see the fight beyond the fear of random slugs of lead which might fly their way. Besides, where such men as Donnegan and Big Jack Landis were concerned, there was not apt to be much wild shooting. The dancing stopped, of course. The music was ordered by Milligan to play, in a frantic endeavor to rouse custom again. But the music of its own accord fell away in the middle of the piece, for the musicians could not watch the notes and the door at the same time. As for Donnegan, he found that it was one thing to wait and another to be waited for. He, too, wished to turn and watch that door until it should be filled by the bulk of Jack Landis. Yet he fought the desire. And in the midst of this torturing suspense an idea came to him, and at the same instant Jack Landis entered the doorway. He stood there looking vast against the night. One glance around was sufficient to teach him the meaning of the silence. The stage was set, and the way opened to Donnegan. Without a word, Big George stole to one side. Straight to the middle of the dance floor went Jack Landis, red-faced, with long, heavy steps. He faced Donnegan. "You skunk!" shouted Landis. "I've come for you." And he went for his gun. Donnegan, too, stirred, but when the revolver leaped into the hands of Landis, it was seen that the hands of Donnegan rose past the line of his waist, past his shoulders, and presently locked easily behind his head. A terrible chance, for Landis had come within a breath of shooting. So great was the impulse that, as he checked the pressure of his forefinger, he stumbled a whole pace forward. He walked on. "You need a cause to fight?" he cried, striking Donnegan across the face with the back of his left hand, jerking up the muzzle of the gun in his right. Now a dark trickle was seen to come from the broken lips of Donnegan, yet he was smiling faintly. Jack Landis muttered a curse and said sneeringly, "Are you afraid?" There were sick faces in that room. Men turned their heads, for nothing is so ghastly as the sight of a man who is taking water. "Hush," said Donnegan. "I'm going to kill you, Jack, but I want to kill you fairly and squarely. There's no pleasure, you see, in beating a youngster like you to the draw. I want to give you a fighting chance. Besides," he removed one hand from behind his head and waved it carelessly to where the men of the corner crouched in the shadow, "you people have seen me drill one chap already, and I'd like to shoot you in a new way. Is that agreeable?" Two terrible known figures detached themselves from the gloom near the door. "Hark to this gent sing," said one, and his name was the peddler. "Hark to him sing, Jack, and we'll see that you get fair play." "Good," said his friend Joe Rix. "Let him take his try, Jack." As a matter of fact, had Donnegan reached for a gun, he would have been shot before even Landis could bring out a weapon, for the steady eye of Joe Rix, hidden behind the peddler, had been looking down a revolver barrel at the forehead of Donnegan, waiting for that first move. But something about the coolness of Donnegan fascinated them. "Don't shoot, Joe," the peddler had said. "That bird is the chief over again. Don't plug him." And that was why Donnegan lived. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. If he had taken the eye of the hardened Rix, and still the harder peddler, he had stunned the men of the corner, and breathlessly they waited for his proposal to Jack Landis. He spoke with his hands behind his head again, after he had slowly taken out a handkerchief and wiped his chin. "I'm a methodical fellow, Landis," he said. "I hate to do an untidy piece of work. I have been disgusted with myself since my little falling out with Lewis. I intended to shoot him cleanly through the hand, but instead of that I tore up his whole forearm. Sloppy work, Landis. I don't like it. Now, in meeting you, I want to do a clean, neat, precise job, one that I'll be proud of." A moaning voice was heard faintly in the distance. It was the peddler, who had wrapped himself in his gaunt arms and was crooning softly with unspeakable joy. "Hark to him sing! Hark to him sing! A ringer for the chief!" "Why should we be in such a hurry?" continued Donnegan. "You see that clock in the corner? Tut, tut, turn your head and look. Do you think I'll drop you while you look around?" Landis flung one glance over his shoulder at the big clock, whose pendulum worked solemnly back and forth. "In 5 minutes," said Donnegan, "it will be 11 o'clock. And when it is 11 o'clock, the clock will chime. Now, Landis, you and I shall sit down here like gentlemen and drink our liquor and think our last thoughts. Heavens, man, is there anything more disagreeable than being hurried out of life? But when that clock chimes, we draw our guns and shoot each other through the heart, the brain, wherever we have chosen. But, Landis, if one of us should inadvertently, or through nervousness, beat the clock's chime by a split part of a second, the good people of the corner will fill that one of us promptly full of lead." He turned to the crowd. "Gentlemen, is it a good plan?" As well as a Roman crowd, if it wanted to see a gladiator die, the frayed nerves of the corner responded to the stimulus of this delightful entertainment. There was a joyous chorus of approval. "When the clock strikes, then," said Landis, and flung himself down in a chair, setting his teeth over his rage.
Donnegan smiled benevolently upon him. Then he turned again and beckoned to George. The big man strode closer and leaned. "George," he said, "I'm not going to kill this fellow." "No, sir, certainly, sir," whispered the other. "George can kill him for you, sir." Donnegan smiled wanly. "I'm not going to kill him, George, on account of the girl on the hill, you know. And the reason is that she's fond of the lubber. I'll try to break his nerve, George, and drill him through the arm. Say, no, I can't take chances like that. But if I have him shaking in time, I'll shoot him through the right shoulder, George. But if I miss and he gets me instead, mind you, never raise a hand against him. If you so much as touch his skin, I'll rise out of my grave and haunt you. You hear? Goodbye, George." But big George withdrew without a word, and the reason for his speechlessness was the glistening of his eyes. "If I live," said Donnegan, "I'll show that George that I appreciate him." He went on aloud to Landis. "So glum, my boy. Tush! We still have 4 minutes left. Are you going to spend your last 4 minutes hating me?" He turned. "Another liquor, George. 2 of them." The big man brought the drinks, and having put one on the table of Donnegan, he was directed to take the other to Landis. "It's really good stuff," said Donnegan. "I'm not an expert on these matters, but I like the taste. Will you try it?" It seemed that Landis dared not trust himself to speech, as though a vast and deadly hatred were gathered in him, and he feared lest it should escape in words the first time he parted his teeth. He took the glass of liquor and slowly poured it upon the floor. From the crowd there was a deep murmur of disapproval, and Landis, feeling that he had advanced the wrong foot in the matter, glowered scornfully about him, and then stared once more at Donnegan. "Just as you please," said Donnegan, sipping his glass. "But remember this, my young friend, that a fool is a fool, drunk or sober." Landis showed his teeth, but made no other answer, and Donnegan anxiously flashed a glance at the clock. He still had 3 minutes. 3 minutes in which he must reduce this stalwart fellow to a trembling, nervous wreck. Otherwise he must shoot to kill, or else sit there and become a certain sacrifice for the sake of Lou Macon. Yet he controlled the muscles of his face and was still able to smile as he turned again to Landis. 3 minutes left, he said. 3 minutes for you to compose yourself, Landis. Think of it, man. All the good life behind you. Have you nothing to remember, nothing to soften your mind? Why die, Landis, with a curse in your heart and a scowl on your lips? Once more Landis stirred his lips, but there was only the flash of his teeth. He maintained his resolute silence. "Ah," murmured Donnegan, "I am sorry to see this. And before all your admirers, Landis, before all your friends, look at them scattered there under the lights and in the shadows. No farewell word for them, nothing kindly to say. Are you going to leave them without a syllable of good fellowship?" "Confound you," muttered Landis. There was another hum from the crowd. It was partly wonder, partly anger. Plainly, they were not pleased with Jack Landis on this day. Donnegan shook his head sadly. "I hoped," he said, "that I could teach you how to die, but I fail. And yet you should be grateful to me for one thing, Jack. I have kept you from being a murderer in cold blood. I kept you from killing a defenseless man, as you intended to do when you walked up to me a moment ago." He smiled genially in mockery, and there was a scowl on the face of Landis. 2 minutes, said Donnegan. Leaning back in his chair, he yawned. For a whole minute he did not stir. 1 minute, he murmured inquisitively. And there was a convulsive shudder through the limbs of Landis. It was the first sign that he was breaking down under the strain. There remained only 1 minute in which to reduce him to a nervous wreck. The strain was telling in other places. Donnegan turned and saw in the shadow and about the edges of the room a host of drawn, tense faces and burning eyes. Never, while they lived, would they forget that scene. "And now that the time is close," said Donnegan, "I must look to my gun." He made a gesture. How it was, No one was swift enough of eye to tell. But a gun appeared in his hand. At the flash of it, Landis's weapon leaped up to the mark, and his face convulsed. But Donnegan calmly spun the cylinder of his revolver and held it toward Landis, dangling from his forefinger under the guard. "You see," said the Landis, clean as a whistle, easy as a girl's smile. "I hate a stiff action, Jack." And Landis slowly allowed the muzzle of his own gun to sink. For the first time his eyes left the eyes of Donnegan, and sinking inch by inch, stared fascinated at the gun in the hand of the enemy. 30 seconds, said Donnegan, by way of conversation. Landis jerked up his head, and his eyes once more met the eyes of Donnegan, but this time they were wide, and the pointed glance of Donnegan sank into them. The lips of Landis parted. His tongue tremblingly moistened them. "Keep your nerve," said Donnegan in an undertone. "You hound," gasped Landis. "I knew it," said Donnegan sadly. "You'll die with a curse on your lips." He added, 10 seconds, Landis." And then he achieved his third step toward victory, for Landis jerked his head around, saw the minute hand almost upon its mark, and swung back with a shudder toward Donnegan. From the crowd there was a deep breath. And then Landis was seen to raise the muzzle of his gun again, and crouch over it, leveling it straight at Donnegan. He, at least, would send his bullet straight to the mark when the first chime went humming through the big room. But Donnegan, he made his last play to shatter the nerve of Landis. With the minute hand on the very mark, he turned carelessly, the revolver still dangling by the trigger guard, and laughed toward the crowd. And out of the crowd there came a deep, sobbing breath of heartbreaking suspense. It told on Landis. Out of the corner of his eye Donnegan saw the muscles of the man's face sag and tremble, saw him allow his gun to fall, in imitation of Donnegan's, to his side, and saw the long arm quivering. And then the chime rang, with a metallic, sharp click, and then a long, reverberant clanging. With a gasp, Landis whipped up his gun and fired. Once, twice, again, the weapon crashed. And to the eternal wonder of all who saw it, at a distance of 5 paces, Landis 3 times missed his man. But Donnegan, sitting back with a smile, raised his own gun almost with leisure, unhurried, dropped it upon the mark, and sent a .45 slug through the right shoulder of Jack Landis. The blow of the slug, like the punch of a strong man's fist, knocked the victim out of his chair to the floor. He lay clutching at his shoulder. "Gentlemen," said Donnegan, rising, "is there a doctor here?" End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That was the signal for the rush that swept across the floor and left a flood of marveling men around the fallen Landis. On the outskirts of this tide, Donnegan stepped up to 2 men, Joe Rix and the peddler. They greeted him with expectant glances. "Gentlemen," said Donnegan, "will you step aside?" They followed him to a distance from the clamoring group. "I have to thank you," said Donnegan. "For what?" "For changing your minds," said Donnegan, and left them. And afterward the peddler murmured with an oddly twisted face, "Cat-eye, Joe. He can see in the dark. But I told you he was worth saving." "Speaking in general," said Joe, "which you ain't hardly ever wrong when you get stirred up about a thing." "He's something new," the peddler said wisely. "Aye, he's rare." "But talking aside, suppose he was to meet up with Lord Nick?" The smile of Joe Rix was marvelously evil. "You've got a great mind for great things," he declared. "You ought to have been in politics." In the meantime the doctor had been found. The wound had been cleansed. It was a cruel one, for the bullet had torn its way through flesh and sinew, and for many a week the fighting arm of Jack Landis would be useless. It had, moreover, carried a quantity of cloth into the wound, and it was almost impossible to cleanse the hole satisfactorily. As for the bullet itself, it had whipped cleanly through at that short distance, making nothing of its target. A door was knocked off its hinges, but before the wounded man was placed upon it, Lebrun appeared at the door into Milligan's. He was never a very cheery fellow in appearance, and now he looked like a demoniac. He went straight to Joe Rix and the skeleton form of the peddler. He raised one finger as he looked at them. "I've heard," said Lebrun. "Lord Nick likewise shall hear." Joe Rix changed color. He bustled about together with the peddler, and lent a hand in carrying the wounded man to the house of Lebrun, for Nelly Lebrun was to be the nurse of Landis. In the meantime, Donnegan went up the hill with Big George behind him. Already he was a sinisterly marked man. Working through the crowd near Lebrun's gambling hall, a drunkard in the midst of a song stumbled against him, but the sight of the man with whom he had collided sobered him as swiftly as the lash of a whip across his face. It was impossible for him in that condition to grow pale, but he turned a vivid purple. "Sorry, Mr. Donnegan." Donnegan, with a shrug of his shoulders, passed on. The crowd split before him, for they had heard his name. There were brave men, he knew, among them, men who would fight to the last drop of blood rather than be shamed, but they shrank from Donnegan without shame, as they would have shrunk from the coming of a rattler had their feet been bare. So he went easily through the crowd with Big George in his wake, walking proudly. For George had stood to one side and watched Donnegan indomitably beat down the will of Jack Landis, and the sight would live in his mind forever. Indeed, if Donnegan had bidden the sun to stand in the heavens, the big man would have looked for obedience. That the forbearance of Donnegan should have been based on a desire to serve a girl certainly upset the mind of George, but it taught him an amazing thing, that Donnegan was capable of affection. The terrible Donnegan went on. In his wake the crowd closed slowly, for many had paused to look after the little man, until they came to the outskirts of the town and climbed the hill toward the two shacks. The one, of course, was dark, but the shack in which Lou Macon lived burst with light. Donnegan paused to consider this miracle. He listened, and he heard voices, the voice of a man laughing loudly. Thinking something was wrong, he hurried forward and called loudly. What he saw when he was admitted made him speechless. Colonel Macon, ensconced in his invalid chair, faced the door, and near him was Lou Macon. Lou rose, half frightened by the unexpected interruption, but the liquid laughter of the colonel set all to rights at once. "Come in, Donnegan, come in, lad," said the colonel. "I heard a man's voice," Donnegan said, half apologetically. The sick color began to leave his face, and relief swept over it slowly. "I thought something might be wrong. I didn't think of you." And looking down, as all men will in moments of relaxation from a strain, he did not see the eyes of Lou Macon grow softly luminous as they dwelt upon him. "Come in, George," went on the colonel, "and make yourself comfortable in the kitchen. Close the door. Sit down, Donnegan. When your letter came, I saw that I was needed here. Lou, have you looked into our friend's cabin? No? Nothing like a woman's touch to give a man the feeling of homeliness. Lou, step over to Donnegan's cabin and put it to rights. Yes, I know that George takes care of it, but George is one thing, and your care will be another. Besides, I must be alone with him for a moment. Man talk confuses a girl, Lou. You shouldn't listen to it." She withdrew with that faint, dreamy smile with which she had often heard the instructions of her father, as though she were only listening with half of her mind. When she was gone, though the door to the kitchen stood wide open, and Big George was in it, the colonel lowered his bass voice so successfully that it was as safe as being alone with Donnegan. "And now for facts," he began. "But," said Donnegan, "how, that chair, how in the world have you come here?" The colonel shook his head. "My dear boy, you grieve and disappoint me. The manner in which a thing is done is not important. Mysteries are usually simply explained. As for my small mystery, a neighbor on the way to the corner with a wagon stopped in, and I asked him to take me along. So here I am. But now for your work here, lad." "Bad," said Donnegan. "I gathered you had been unfortunate, and now you have been fighting." "You have heard?" "I see it in your eye, Donnegan. When a man has been looking fear in the face for a long time, an image of it remains in his eyes. They are wider, glazed with the other thing." "It was forced on me," said Donnegan. "I have shot Landis." He was amazed to see the colonel was vitally affected. His lips remained parted over his next word, and one eyelid twitched violently. But the spasm passed over quickly when he raised his perfect hands and pressed them together just under his chin. He smiled in a most winning manner that made the blood of Donnegan run cold. "Donnegan," he said softly, "I see that I have misjudged you. I underestimated you. I thought, indeed, that your rare qualities were qualified by painful weaknesses. But now I see that you are a man, and from this moment we shall act together with open minds." "So you have done it, tush. Then I need not have taken my trip. The work is done. The mines come to me as the heir of Jack. And yet, poor boy, I pity him. He misjudged me. He should not have ventured to this deal with Lord Nick and his compatriots." "Wait," exclaimed Donnegan. "You're wrong. Landis is not dead." Once more the colonel was checked, but this time the alteration in his face was no more than a comma's pause in a long, balanced sentence. It was impossible to obtain more than one show of emotion from him in a single conversation. "Not dead? Well, Donnegan, that is unfortunate. And after you had punctured him, you had no chance to send home the finishing shot?" Donnegan merely watched the colonel and tapped his bony fingers against the point of his chin. "Ah," murmured the colonel, "I see another possibility. It is almost as good. It may even be better than his death. You have disabled him, and having done this, you at once take him to a place where he shall be under your surveillance. This, in fact, is a very comfortable outlook for me and my interests. But for you, Donnegan, how the devil do you benefit by having Jack flat on his back, sick, helpless, and in a perfect position to excite all the sympathies of Lou?" Now Donnegan had known cold-blooded men in his day, but that there existed such a man as the colonel had never come into his mind. He looked upon the colonel, therefore, with neither disgust nor anger, but with a distant and almost admiring wonder. For perfect evil always wins something akin to admiration from more common people. "Well," continued the colonel, a little uneasy under this silent scrutiny. Silence was almost the only thing in the world that could trouble him. "Well, Donnegan, my lad, this is your plan, is it not? To shoot down Landis, then take possession of him while I nurse him back to health, hold a gun, metaphorically speaking, to his head, and make him do as I please, sign some lease, say, of the mines to you?" The colonel shifted himself to a more comfortable position in his chair, brought the tips of his fingers together under his vast chin, and smiled benevolently upon Donnegan. "It is as I thought," he murmured. "Donnegan, you are rare, you are exquisite." "And you," said Donnegan, "are a scoundrel." "Exactly. I am very base." The colonel laughed. "You and I alone can speak with intimate knowledge of me." His chuckle shook all his body and set the folds of his face quivering. His mirth died away when he saw Donnegan come to his feet. "Eh?" he called. "Goodbye," said Donnegan. "But where? Landis, Donnegan, what devil is in your eye?" "A foolish devil, Colonel Macon. I surrender the benefits of all my work for you and go to make sure that you do not lay your hands upon Jack Landis." The colonel opened and closed his lips foolishly, like a fish gasping silently out of water. It was rare indeed for the colonel to appear foolish. "In heaven's name, Donnegan?" The little man smiled. He had a marvelously wicked smile, which came from the fact that his lips could curve while his eyes remained bright and straight and malevolently unwrinkled. He laid his hand upon the knob of the door. "Donnegan," cried the colonel, gray of face, "give me 1 minute." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Gunman's Reckoning by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Donnegan stepped to a chair and sat down. He took out his watch and held it in his hand, studying the dial, and the colonel knew that his time limit was taken literally. "I swear to you," he said, "that if you can help me to the possession of Landis while he is ill, I shall not lay a finger upon him or harm him in any way." "You swear?" said Donnegan, with that ugly smile. "My dear boy, do you think I am reckless enough to break a promise I have given to you?" The cynical glance of Donnegan probed the colonel to the heart, but the eye of the fat man did not wince. Neither did he speak again, but the two calmly stared at each other. At the end of the minute, Donnegan slipped the watch into his pocket. "I am ready to listen to reason," he said, and the colonel passed one of his strong hands across his forehead. "Now," and he sighed, "I feel that the crisis is past. With a man of your caliber, Donnegan, I fear a snap judgment above all things. Since you give me a chance to appeal to your reason, I feel safe. As from the first, I shall lay my cards upon the table. You are fond of Lou. I took it for granted that you would welcome a chance to brush Landis out of your path. It appears that I am wrong. I admit my error. Only fools cling to convictions. Wise men are ready to meet new viewpoints. Very well. You wish to spare Landis for reasons of your own, which I do not pretend to fathom. Perhaps you pity him. I cannot tell. Now you wonder why I wish to have Landis in my care if I do not intend to put an end to him and thereby become owner of his mines. I shall tell you frankly, I intend to own the mines, if not through the death of Jack, then through a legal act signed by the hand of Jack." "A willing signature?" asked Donnegan calmly. A shadow came and went across the face of the colonel, and Donnegan caught his breath. There were times when he felt that if the colonel possessed strength of body as well as strength of mind, even he, Donnegan, would be afraid of the fat man. "Willing or unwilling," said the colonel, "he shall do as I direct." "Without force?" "Listen to me," said the colonel. "You and I are not children, and therefore we know that ordinary men are commanded rather by fear of what may happen to them than by being confronted with an actual danger. I have told you that I shall not so much as raise the weight of a finger against Jack Landis. I shall not. But a whisper adroitly put in his ear may accomplish the same ends." He added with a smile, "Personally, I dislike physical violence. In that, Mr. Donnegan, we belong to opposite schools of action." The picture came to Donnegan of Landis lying in the cabin of the colonel, his childish mind worked upon by the devilish insinuation of the colonel. Truly, if Jack did not go mad under the strain, he would be very apt to do as the colonel wished. "I have made a mess of this from the beginning," said Donnegan quietly. "In the first place, I intended to play the role of the self-sacrificing. You don't understand? I didn't expect that you would. In short, I intended to send Landis back to Lou by making a flash that would dazzle the Corner and dazzle Nelly Lebrun as well, win her away from Landis, you see. But the fool, as soon as he saw that I was flirting with the girl, lowered his head and charged at me like a bull. I had to strike him down in self-defense. But now you ask me to put him wholly in your possession, Colonel. You omit one link in your chain of reasoning. The link is important to me. What am I to gain by placing him within the range of your whispering? Tush, do I need to tell you? I still presume you are interested in Lou, though you attempted to do so much to give Landis back to her. Well, Donnegan, you must know that when she learns it was a bullet from your gun that struck down Landis, she'll hate you, my boy, as if you were a snake. But if she knows that after all you were forced into the fight, and that you took the first opportunity to bring Jack into my parental care, her sentiments may change. No, they will change. Donnegan left his chair and began to pace the floor. He was no more self-conscious in the presence of the colonel than a man might be in the presence of his own evil instincts. And it was typical of the colonel's insight that he made no attempt to influence the decision of Donnegan after this point was reached. He allowed him to work out the matter in his own way. At length Donnegan paused. "What's the next step?" he asked. The colonel sighed, and by that sigh he admitted more than words could tell. "A reasonable man," he said, "is the delight of my heart. The next step, Donnegan, is to bring Jack Landis to this house." "Tush," said Donnegan. "Bring him away from Lebrun. Bring him away from the tigers of Lord Nick's gang. I saw them at Milligan's place tonight. A bad set, Colonel Macon." "A set you can handle," said the colonel calmly. "Ah." "The danger will in itself be the thing that tempts you," he went on. "To go among those fellows, wild as they are, and bring Jack Landis away to this house." "Bring him here," said Donnegan, with indescribable bitterness, "so that she may pity his wounds. Bring him here, where she may think of him and tend him and grow to hate me?" "Grow to fear you," said the colonel. "An excellent thing to accomplish," said Donnegan coldly. "I have found it so," remarked the colonel, and lighted a cigarette. He drew the smoke so deep that when it issued again from between his lips it was a most transparent, bluish vapor. Fear came upon Donnegan. Not fear, surely, of the fat man, helpless in his invalid's chair, but fear of the mind working ceaselessly behind those hazy eyes. He turned without a word and went to the door. The moment it opened under his hand, he felt a hysterical impulse to leap out of the room swiftly and slam the door behind him, to put a bar between him and the eye of the colonel, just as a child leaps from the dark room into the lighted and closes the door quickly to keep out the following night. He had to compel himself to move with proper dignity. When outside, he sighed. The quiet of the night was like a blessing compared with the ordeal of the colonel's devilish coldness. Macon's advice had seemed almost logical the moment before. Win Lou Macon by the power of fear. Well enough. For was not fear the thing which she had followed all her life? Was it not through fear that the colonel himself had reduced her to such abject, unquestioning obedience? He went thoughtfully to his own cabin, and down-headed in his musings, he became aware with a start of Lou Macon in the hut. She had changed the room as her father had bidden her to do. Just wherein the difference lay, Donnegan could not tell. There was a touch of evergreen in one corner. She had laid a strip of bright cloth over the rickety little table, and in 10 minutes she had given the hut a semblance of permanent livableness. Donnegan saw her now with some vestige of the smile of her art upon her face, but she immediately smoothed it to perfect gravity. He had never seen such perfect self-command in a woman. "Is there anything more I can do?" she asked, moving toward the door. "Nothing." "Good night." "Wait." She still seemed to be under the authority which the colonel had delegated to Donnegan when they started for the corner. She turned, and without a word came back to him. And a pang struck through Donnegan. What would he not have given If she had come at his call, not with these dumb eyes, but with a spark of kindliness. Instead, she obeyed him as a soldier obeys a commander. "There has been trouble," said Donnegan. "Yes," she said, but there was no change in her face. "It was forced upon me." Then he added, "It amounted to a shooting affair." There was a change in her face now indeed. A glint came in her eyes, and the suggestion of the colonel, which he had once or twice before sensed in her, now became more vivid than ever before. The same contemptuous heartlessness, which was the colonel's most habitual expression, now looked at Donnegan out of the lovely face of the girl. "They were fools to press you to the wall," she said. "I have no pity for them." For a moment Donnegan only stared at her. On what did she base her confidence in his prowess as a fighting man? "It was only one man," he said huskily. Ah, there he had struck her home. As though the words were a burden, she shrank from him. Then she slipped suddenly close to him and caught both his hands. Her head was raised far back. She had pressed close to him. She seemed in every line of her body to plead with him against himself, and all the veils which had curtained her mind from him dropped away. He found himself looking down into eyes full of fire and shadow, and eager lips, and the fiber of her voice made her whole body tremble. "It isn't Jack," she pleaded. "It isn't Jack that you fought with?" And he said to himself, "She loves him with all her heart and soul." "It is he," said Donnegan in an agony. Pain may be like a fire that tempers some strong men, and now Donnegan, because he was in torment, smiled, and his eye was as cold as steel. The girl flung away his hands. "You bought murderer!" she cried at him. "He is not dead." "But you shot him down." "He attacked me. It was self-defense." She broke into a low-pitched, mirthless laughter. Where was the filmy-eyed girl he had known? The laughter broke off short like a sob. "Don't you suppose I've known," she said, "that I've read my father, that I knew he was sending a bloodhound when he sent you? But oh, I thought you had a touch of the other thing." He cringed under her tone. "I'll bring him to you," said Donnegan desperately. "I'll bring him here so that you can take care of him." "You'll take him away from Lord Nick and Lebrun and the rest?" And it was the cold smile of her father with which she mocked him. "I'll do it." "You play a deep game," said the girl bitterly. "Why would you do it?" "Because," said Donnegan faintly, "I love you." Her hand had been on the knob of the door. Now she twitched it open and was gone, and the last that Donnegan saw was the width of the startled eyes. "As if I were a leper," muttered Donnegan. "By heaven, she looked at me as if I were unclean." But once outside the door, the girl stood with both hands pressed to her face, stunned. When she dropped them, they folded against her breast, and her face tipped up. Even by starlight, had Donnegan been there to look, he would have seen the divinity which comes in the face of a woman when she loves. End of chapter 25.